I'm in second place and you passed me. What place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you passed me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Man, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. Is ready for this upcoming week. Before we even get started, I want to remind everybody: make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. We're simulcasting at both the home of the official YT Purge as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room. I know I haven't been live very much. The reason why we are simulcasting today is because we're also going to be giving away some memberships. We're going to be giving away memberships on both channels. We actually got YouTube gives us a certain amount of free memberships to give away every single month. So each channel will have 5 gifted memberships. So you guys can stay tuned or just check your email a little bit later. They'll give them, I don't know if they give them to random people or they give them to people that actually deserve them, whatever. But somebody will be getting that, and we will be having some members only content. Let me get started. Let me give a shout out to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. And shout out to everybody else that's coming in. Definitely make sure you guys smash the like button. I know I said that already, but also feel free to hit the super chat, the Cash App, super thanks if you're going to be catching or checking out the replay. All right. So I know the last couple of weeks, I haven't been doing the Sunday show. You might see me for like a morning rant here or there, and definitely it's been nothing over the course of the weekend, but nothing over the course of the week, evening, whatever. And it kind of bugs me out why I see so many of these niggas on this bitch. because the NBA playoffs has been some crazy ass shit, like some crazy shit. But everything is really coming to fruition right now, like it really is, which it always does. The NBA Finals was dated. It was slated. It was dated. It will start on Wednesday, June the 3rd. Now, if you know me, you know I am a diehard, lifelong New York Knicks fan. So as long as they're on that ride, I am taking that ride with them. And yes, they are still on that ride. You know what I'm saying? One of two teams out of a total of 32 teams that are making it. Now, the New York Knicks have made the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. Okay, they have won the Eastern Conference Championship for the first time since 1999. Last night, their opponent came out of the Western Conference, who they will be playing. It is the San Antonio Spurs. Okay. Now, it's pretty wild because the last time the New York Knicks made the NBA Finals in 1999, their opponent was actually the San Antonio Spurs. Funny shit. Funny shit. So last night, after watching Game 7 between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs, that has to be one of the best Game 7. I've seen a lot of Game 7s in my lifetime. In baseball, basketball. Hell, I've even seen a hockey Game 7 or two. That was definitely up there in the top 5. What up, Sop Passe? It was definitely up there in the top 5. I gotta be honest, as a New York Knicks fan who's been going through hell, just disappointment after disappointment after disappointment, year after year after year, for literally as long as I can remember, because the last time they won a championship was in 1993. I gotta be real. I really didn't want to play against the San Antonio Spurs. And it wasn't because I believe that the San Antonio Spurs are a tougher matchup. I really didn't care. I knew whatever team won that was going to be a tough matchup for the Knicks, because they're great teams. They're great teams. They play extremely well. They're well coached. That wasn't even a question. As a Knicks fan, I wanted my shit talking rights. Okay? I wanted my shit talking rights, and I wanted them. Yeah, I wanted this title to just be legitimate. Like I'm talking about as legit as a title can get. The Knicks have already won they already beat the San Antonio Spurs for the NBA Cup, which was the in-season tournament. Okay, they beat the shit out of everybody in the Eastern Conference, and I wanted to win the world championship by beating the current world champions with the MVP on the team. That's why I wanted the OKC Thunder. I ain't even gonna lie to you. What up, Sop Passe, Young Riaz? That's why I wanted the OKC Thunder. It had nothing to do with, this match will be easier. We scared of the big 7'5" Martian, alien that they got on their team and shit that be crossing bitches over and stepping back between the legs and pulling up from 34 feet and shit. Nah, when anybody scared of that motherfucker, ain't nobody scared of nobody. But hey, I wanted to beat the champions. That's it. They say to beat a champion, you got to beat the champion. But what up? Yeah, I gotta let them know. Look, Gotham City is in full effect, Nightish. It's in full effect, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we doing shit, bro. So yeah, this is the app. This is more than likely the avatar that I will be using for the rest of the week, Night. For the rest of the week. But either way, it was a great game last night. shout out to the San Antonio Spurs for winning the Western Conference. You know, extremely young team. Everybody thought that, they're just too young, too inexperienced. They wasn't going to win it. You know what I'm saying? They're superstars. It's only like his third year in the league and shit. You know what I'm saying? How you going to beat the defending champions with the MVP that done kind of been there, done that, and all of that? Nah, man, they won a game 7 on the road and played well. But, hey, what up, JCZ Craft Vlogs? What up? But it was what it was. Hey, the game, the score starts at 0-0, and ends with what the fuck it ends with. You know what I'm saying? When the clock hits 0-0. So that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? The San Antonio Spurs won. But before I actually get into the talk about Mental Health Awareness Month, I want to remind everybody, y'all make sure y'all get your coffee. You know what I'm saying? It's Sunday Coffee and Chill. I'll be dropping the link in a brief moment. Matter of fact, I'll actually drop the link now. Oh, what up, Jill? I know. Love the logo, by the way. I love that. That's nice. Smooth. Real smooth. Real smooth. Forgive me with that. But yeah. And Jill, you a New Yorker, you know what's up. And it's New Yorkers everywhere. Even if you don't stay there, you know what's up. It's that time. So just like I said the other day, the league needs better class of champion, and we're going to give it to them, just like YouTube deserves better class of content creator, and we're going to give it to them over here. That is what it is. So I'm going to get into the whole Mental Health Awareness Month because that's about to, I guess it's going to end, but I don't think, mental health awareness should ever really end because it's something that a lot of people battle with and deal with. And it's very, very easy to forget about it, forget about people because you can't, it's things that you can't see. You can't see what folks are going through and shit. So I will be talking about that. But at the same time, this is wild. Like, this is wild. It's amazing how things come full circle because the Knicks have not been to the NBA Finals in 27 years, since 1999, when they made it as an 8 seed. Now, I'm old enough to remember this shit because I was in high school when they did it. Like, I remember, New York was off the fucking hook because if y'all remember, it was a lockout season. And if I'm not mistaken, they were playing this shit right around the time when the World Series was played. They were playing the NBA Finals. Yeah. And that was a Subway Series. Going on. It was literally the Yankees versus the Mets at the same time that the New York Knicks was in the NBA Finals. Like, it was some crazy shit, bro. Like, some absolutely crazy shit, man. just off of the hook. But that was when the San Antonio Spurs, that since have won 5 championships, when they were battling and beat us for their first championship. It was only Tim Duncan's. I think it was his second or third season in the league, some shit like that, right? Second season, because he was drafted in 1997. So a lot of similarities, and it's amazing how 27 years later, man. Shout out to the big homie, man. You know who you are. He always told me, man, that number 27 is a. It's a special number. It's just a special number. I might do some research on that. What up, Bridget? I might do some research on that, you know what I'm saying, a little bit later. But he was always kind of like obsessed with it. He's like, and when you notice that shit, you see the number everywhere. It is what it is. But yeah, 27 years, a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals, the last time the Knicks were in the championship round. And they're going to have to play the same team that they played then, the San Antonio Spurs. So, hey, it's some wild shit. And it's funny because the star of the New York Knicks, Jalen Brunson, his father was actually on the team. Now, if you're a little young, if you're just listening to the press and shit like that, they'll be like, oh, yeah, his father used to play for the Knicks and was on the team in 99. Yeah, I mean, shout out to Rick Brunson. He raised a hell of a boy. Had a great college career, but for the most part, he was a cheerleader with the New York Knicks. Like, he literally was just on the bench cheering. He ain't get no playing time. You know what I'm saying? If you remember, like I remember, the motherfucker ain't get on the court like that. That's what it was. I think he might have played a total of fucking like 9 seconds or some shit in the goddamn game. You know what I'm saying? The whole damn series. So that was what it was. But I am going. Somebody said, what team do you support? Guess what team I support? You know, right here. It is Knicks all day. You know, I'd like to see the Knicks win this shit in 4. Now, Knicks do not have home court advantage. The series will start in San Antonio. And Mace Taggart, man, if you in the clouds, man, you're going to have to come out of the clouds, say what's up to your boy. You know what I'm saying? Hit me up, man. We got to talk about this, man. We definitely have to talk about it. But also, you know what I'm saying, I hope you're doing well. You know what I'm saying? Just give me a shout. I'm going to give you a shout, you know what I'm saying, on the gram and see how you're doing. Because usually Mace Taggart's channel is one of the channels where we talk about these things. I was actually on Big Duke's channel, you know, having a conversation about some sports, New York Knicks, myself, him, Chucky Brown, OGJ Speed, Mr. Fantastic was even up there too. We had a pretty good conversation. It was about 2-3 weeks ago. Pretty cool, you know, over the course of the weekend. But I'm going to kind of, you know, get off of that. And we're going to talk about some other things. You know, we're going to talk about some other things. I'm going to get off of that topic. I might be able to come back to it. I have dropped the link. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a minute. And with all of the sports going on, and I don't see him talking about it, you know, just Mace. Shout out to you, fam. If you're listening, you know what I'm saying? We love you. You know what I'm saying? We can't wait to see you back. You know, and I'm gonna definitely give you a shout because, you know, Mace has definitely gone on this ride. He's a New Yorker as well. He's not an avid Knicks fan like us, but he is definitely a New Yorker and definitely a sports fan. And he went on this ride, you know, with us the whole way. And I'm talking about for the last 5 years that I know of just being on YouTube, you know, keeping me up to date when it came to trades, acquisitions, front office moves, you know, and he would always, every time I came up on his panel, or we talk sports, you know, he would always, you know, ask me my opinion about what's going on. What do I think about this move? And what do I think about this player? Like, he always knew our team inside and out, man. So shout out to Mace Taggart, man. Definitely a treasure in the space that was underappreciated. But at the same time, make no mistake about it, I appreciate you, fam. And we ain't forget about you. I will be doing a show tomorrow night as well. You know what I'm saying? I just got to get some visuals together. So, fellas, ladies, if y'all want to come through, that's cool. I don't know if I'm going to do it tomorrow night or Tuesday night, but we will be discussing, you know, the NBA Finals. That's what we will be discussing. We'll be talking about the entire playoffs, you know, the NBA Finals, and whoever wants to come up is more than welcome to come up and talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Ladies, if you're a sports fan, Knicks fan, basketball fan, Laker fan, you know, Pistons fan, whatever the case may be. What up, Kills? You know, whatever the case may be, please feel free to, you know what I'm saying, come through, whether it be in the chat, on the panel, you know, feel free to talk about it. Because I know that's another thing that kind of goes on in these spaces. They think that women don't be watching sports. And I'm like, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? You be amazed. You know, I done seen so much love and so many shout outs to not just the Knicks, but just football teams, basketball teams in general. A lot of these women will talk heavier sports than y'all niggas. And trust me, that's not even like it's not even like a thing that makes a woman less feminine because she likes sports and shit. That shit be cool. You know, what up, Yummy Yums? That shit be cool. Ain't no dude got a problem with that shit at all. But I understand. A lot of folks don't like to you know, learn new things. But I did want to get to this right here, you know, just briefly. Kills, sock posit. It bugs me out how I see so many niggas in these spaces with all of these good sports going on. Like I know the NFL draft, you know what I'm saying, had just passed, right? You know what I'm saying? Those teams are going into training camp. You know what I'm saying? They're about to get ready to kick off the NFL season. The NBA playoffs have been ablaze, bro. Have been ablaze. Like great, like it was just well done. I mean, definitely charging a lot of extra money for people to be able to use streaming platforms and streaming services and shit like that. But for the most part, it's definitely just been just great games just about every night. And shit, earlier in the playoffs, man, there were great games like every day. Like, it was something exciting, going on every day. Yo, bro, I had some sick conversations when it came to sports, with women. And I'm talking about live at games, online, on social media. Like they be knowing the players, they know the stats, they know all of that shit, man. A lot of chicks do. But what bugs me out is when I see a lot of dudes that don't be knowing shit when it comes to sport. That be bugging me the fuck out. Like that's some weird shit. Like, I'm gonna just keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. Like that shit just weird to me. Now I get it. I don't want to really kick off the gender war combo, but I think today's conversation might kind of get to that. What up, Cynical One? It might get to that because I was checking out a short, the other day. Yeah. I was checking out a short the other day, and it was the Angry Man that had the short. Hold on, let me pull this up so y'all can check it out. Bring that up real quick. I got a lot of shit to bring up, bro. Not only do they, bro, I get it, man. I know a lot less dudes, you know what I'm saying, like smoke cigars and drink beer and shit like that because it's not good for your body and shit like that, you know what I'm saying, and they don't gamble and shit. I get that. You know what I'm saying? And niggas is lazy and shit. They're like, why go out and play basketball when you can just play 2K in the house? You just play fucking video games and shit. I mean, I get it. I'm not too fond of that shit, but it's kind of like what dudes do, stop I say. But when I see that dudes like they don't watch sports, dog. Like it bugged me. It just bugs me out, dude. Like football season come around, niggas don't know what the fuck going on. You know what I'm saying? They just on here crying about what the fuck women are doing. Like crying. Boo fucking ooh, she won't submit. Boo fucking ooh. Like bitch ass niggas. And I know that might hurt a few of your feelings, but I don't give a fuck, bro. Y'all niggas is girly niggas. That's one thing. But then yeah, football, they don't watch baseball, like World Series was going on, you know what I'm saying, October time. Motherfuckers don't pay attention to that shit. Basketball playoffs are off the fucking hook. Things I don't really know what's going on. Who wins? Well, what do you score? A touchdown? It's like, nah, bro. It's fucking basketball, bro. The fuck? Like, are you serious? Yeah. Like, you feel me? Like, Jill. Like, yeah. But what I'm coming to find, and that's why let me pull up this short, right? What I'm coming to find is that it's not just the sports that dudes are not doing. It's a bunch of other shit too. That like just old-fashioned man shit. And somebody actually went the fuck off on me when they was like, oh, you was checking me out earlier? Like you watching my stream? I'm like, nah, I'm watching the fucking game. I'm doing man shit. Like the fuck? What the fuck? What you mean? Like, what the fuck? Niggas watch man shit. But check this one out. It's not even just that. Like niggas don't fire up the grill. Like real shit. Motherfucker can't even start a fire on the goddamn grill. They gonna cook food and shit on the grill. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't do shit, bro. They don't do a fucking thing. Look at this.
And y'all are hungry and nobody's on the grill today because your man is in the back getting all dolled. And y'all are hungry and nobody's on the grill today because your man is in the back getting all dolled up to go to the club and split a section with 8 other grown men in bedazzled jeans. Hello, to hurry up to wait in line at the club and dap up the bouncer just to get in and push past all the women to get to the artist that's performing tonight.
You know, I find it interesting that now that you women have convinced men to be non-traditional, you want to complain about the lack of traditional men. But I'll play your game. You want to know why these men aren't grilling on Memorial Day? Because they don't know how. You raised them without a daddy, and he never seen his daddy cook out. Plus, you out here looking for a man with swagger and designer clothes when you should have been looking for a man in some jeans and some work boots. Because I never seen a man that was emotionally intelligent that was also a grill master.
Wow. Now that's deep. That's deep. I don't know if I can disagree with them. But would you really blame women for the fact that men don't cook on the grill and they don't do shit and niggas can't change a fucking tire and, you know what I'm saying, like knobs and shit on your damn drawers in the kitchen and shit be all loose and shit like that? Like, for real, niggas don't have a toolbox and shit. Because and you know what? I get it. Look, I be online because it's a little safer online these days. You know, it keeps you out of trouble. You know, I understand that. But I still can't be missing the playoffs. Like, I can't miss NBA playoffs. Like, that shit crazy. I couldn't imagine that shit. And I damn sure, I don't know. I think it is pretty deep. I don't know if I can blame, women for dudes kind of just being a little or a lot effeminate and shit. I don't know if I can blame women for that because how the fuck is it women's fault what the fuck men do? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You be outside, and niggas be grilling, balling, partying. You know what I'm saying? More shit. Shout out to the Crown Prince, man. Appreciate you, fam. With the $10 ball super chat in the building, man. We appreciate that, big dog. Definitely appreciate that, dog. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be like the Crown Prince. You know what I'm saying? Hit us up with them things.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Crown Prince, man. Y'all can follow his lead. Put that thing in colors, man. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. And I will be gifting some memberships a little shortly, too. And Sapase said, can't keep blaming women. Men can learn on their own if they want, especially by a certain age. Bro, that's a fact. And that's what I'm saying. Look, the fact that a lot of these relationship talks and relationship conversations have made their way online, because I can also agree with what Jill said earlier too. She said all of the men in my circle be outside, but also motherfuckers don't be online like that. And the fact that a lot of these relationship talks have made their way online, and they're like, I don't see what the problem is. It's like, y'all don't understand. You actually are the problem. You're online. You're not outside. What's the problem? That is the problem. Like, you niggas are online. You've substituted your real lives for virtual ones. Like I said, you don't play basketball anymore. You play NBA 2K. You know, you read stat sheets. You know, why play a game when you can just watch a debate show from people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about? You know, why get into a fucking relationship or go outside when you can sit in an empty fucking house or in a bedroom by yourself, but get into a YouTube channel or a chat box that has 400 people in it. So that way you can just feel like you're not actually alone, but you really are, because you're in a fucking house by yourself on a Friday night or Saturday night at 3 a.m. talking about how fucked up relationships are. Like, no shit, you know, go the fuck outside. But I couldn't blame, you know, women for that, because, you know, they're both perpetrators and victims of the same shit. You know, just like the dudes are perpetrators and victims of that shit. So in light of Mental Health Awareness Month, we're going to talk about it. You know, we're going to talk about it. So what do I have here? I got some more stuff. You know, here. Let me bring a little bit of that up. Hold up. Let me see. I know I got another clip, you know, right here. Oh, yeah.
As long as the requirement is for me to lay on my back and open.
Like, I don't know if anybody saw this. This was, I don't know what made her post this shit right here, because I think people have been getting on her. Now, if you know Kendra G, she's got a dating app, has a dating show. She's like in her mid-40s or something like that. And she's that picture of a strong, what up, Kickback Queen? She's that picture of a strong, you know, independent woman, right? So these are her thoughts on why a man can never be the prize. She believes that she is the prize. Let's talk about it.
Let me tell you something. As long as the requirement is for me to lay on my back and open my legs, a man will never be the prize, because the requirement is my life. Okay. The requirement is my energy. The requirement is for me to make time for you. I run a whole company. Okay. So if I have to make time for you, if I have to schedule you in, if I have to alter my life, you will never be the prize. And I know my worth so much. That is why it's not about, oh, why can't Kendra get a man? No, honey. Why can't a man get Kendra? I ain't never trying to get no man, honey.
She goes in. She goes in. But what I'm hearing right here are premeditated excuses for losing and failure. And I would say this to a dude that says the same shit. You know? Why can't I get a woman? Nah, why can't a woman get me? Whatever. Man, fuck out of here, bro. You know? It's obviously fucking with you because you chose to post about this shit. Like, obviously. Like, it's obviously fucking with. Like, people are fucking with you. It's getting under your skin. It's obvious. And now you're trying to use some excuse of, I run a whole business. Like, I don't mean shit. Like, nobody cares.
You got to get me, because I am 1000% whole, good, and thriving. And I am proof that this notion of without a man, you will not be happy. That is the brainwashedness that they want women to feel, because they want you to feel like, oh, you have everything but a man. Thank God. Like, sometimes you should say thank God to that prayer. See, a woman, when she really knows her worth, she knows what she brings to a relationship. So you can't manipulate her giving that greatness to you because you think you great. I think the hell not. You ain't got enough money in the bank for my life. Your penis is not big enough for the sacrifice for my life. There ain't an access you can give me that I cannot get on my own that is worth the sacrifice of my life. And that's just a fact. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just telling you what I know. And I've known that my entire life. My life represents that like it's non-negotiable. You can see it now. But when I didn't have a pot to piss in, okay? When I had nothing but a dream and a hustle, I had that same mentality. So you're never going to get the advice from me. It is better to have a man than not to have a man. You're not getting that advice from me.
Yeah. Yeah. In light of Mental Health Awareness Month, I think Kendra G needs to talk to somebody. You know, and it's amazing that she's up here, you know, giving all of this fucking advice to other people about relationships. But do y'all hear this shit? I'm gonna spin that shit back one more time before I get into the next clip, because this shit funny, man. I wish you the best of luck in life, Kendra.
As long as the requirement is for me to lay on my back and open my legs, a man will never be the prize, because the requirement is my life. Okay, the requirement is my energy. The requirement is for me to make time for you. I run a whole company. Okay. So if I have to make time for you, if I have to schedule you in, if I have to alter my life, you will never be the prize. And I know my worth so much. That is why it's not about, oh, why can't Kendra get a man? No, honey. Why can't a man get Kendra? I ain't never trying to get no man, honey. You got to get me, because I am 1000% whole, good, and thriving. And I am proof that this notion of without a man, you will not be happy. That is the brainwashedness that they want women to feel, because they want you to feel like, oh, you have everything but a man. Thank God. Like sometimes you should say thank God to that prayer. See, a woman, when she really knows her worth, she knows what she brings to a relationship. So you can't manipulate her giving that greatness to you because you think you great. I think the hell not. You ain't got enough money in the bank for my life. Your penis is not big enough for the sacrifice for my life. There ain't an access you can give me that I cannot get on my own that is worth the sacrifice of my life. And that's just a fact. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just telling you what I know. And I've known that my entire life. My life represents that like it's non-negotiable. You can see it now. But when I didn't have a pot to piss in, okay? When I had nothing but a dream and a hustle, I had that same mentality. So you're never going to get the advice from me. It is better to have a man than not to have a man. You're not getting that advice from me.
Wow. And to be honest, I wouldn't give that advice to anybody. Like, hey, you know, you're better off in a healthy relationship than you are in a toxic one. So yeah, you're better off just being by your goddamn self, unless you have a healthy relationship and somebody that actually, you know, respects you and that you can work with. What up, bald one? What up? But at the same time, what I hear are premeditated excuses for why the fuck she really doesn't have what the fuck she really wants in life. You know, that's what I hear. You know, so it's easier to come on the internet and tell people I run a whole business and I got this and I got that and I made sacrifices and I made choices and all of this other stuff. It's like, yeah, and you did, and now you have to fucking live with them. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Now, relationships are supposed to add balance. Here, I'm going to pull up another clip that kind of explains this just a little bit better. Pull this up.
And no Dr. Bryant calling that man soft and just.
Wrong one. Wrong one. We pull up another one.
So much much since you got into a relationship. Good. That's literally what's supposed to happen. When you're with the right man, you do not stay the same. You get better, more feminine, more aligned with who you're actually meant to be. That's why they call it the bride and the groom. A man who loves you grooms you. OMG, grooming, it's such a triggering word. Guys, grooming simply means to guide someone's development, and when done right, to shape them into the best version of themselves. There is nothing wrong with that. If your man is calling you to your highest self, pushing you to grow, helping you become a greater woman, that is a blessing. That's what love is supposed to do. But if you get into a relationship and you're more comfortable, more stagnant, and more chaotic than before, that's not the best sign, especially when it comes to your long-term growth. Individually and as a couple, the right one will change you, and that's not a red flag. That's actually the whole point.
Yeah. That's amazing. How you kind of get two separate views and opinions on the same shit. Isn't that something? Yeah. I like what the second one said. I like what the second woman said. And it's amazing. She don't have a dating app and all types of other shit, going on. And, she ain't considering herself a relationship guru and everything else. But she's like, yeah. So you got one woman on one side, that being Kendra G, who's pretty content.
Okay. The required.
Like, she's pretty content with just not evolving with her thought process or, becoming a better person or anything. She's just like, whatever. I make money now. Like, that's it. I make money. That's all that matters. I make money. It's like, yeah, and you can have your fucking money and enjoy that shit by your goddamn self, because I give a fuck. I mean, she literally said that I'm gonna play the Kendra G quotes again, because it's pretty wild that you see that. And I hear this from a lot of dudes too, but I've heard this on the internet, for more women. When all you see a man as is some money and some sexual gratification, the term she used was penis. That's all you see him as. Then you can't ask yourself why you haven't found a good one yet. Or maybe you should ask yourself why you haven't found a good one yet, because you really don't see men as actual people. You don't. You just see them as money and something that's here to satisfy you. And that's why nobody's come to do that. Because just like she was saying, a woman that knows her worth, isn't going to settle for this, that, and everything else. But a man that knows his worth isn't going to settle for just being a bottomless fucking ATM card and penis. He knows that he's worth more than that, which is likely why you ain't got you one. And I would say the same shit to these fucking dudes. No wonder the shit ain't working out for you very well. And if all you see from a woman is some curves, a pretty face, some silence, and some box, no wonder you can't find a good one. Because she'll usually know her worth. That is what it is. What else we got here?
You get, the less men want you. So old bitches get no love. All right? The older you get, the less men are going to want you in the dating market. Number 2, when you are dating, your degrees and accolades mean nothing. Niggas don't give a fuck about your accolades, how many degrees you have. In fact, The only people that give a fuck about your accolades and your degrees are other bitches that are in competition with you and men that want to hire you for a job. And number 3.
All right, I'm going to stop that part, right? Stop that part, because degrees and accolades, she's right, but she's not completely right, right? So degrees and accolades do speak to some aspect of life, right? They speak to your level of focus, the fact that you start something and you're able to finish it. You know, it can actually tell, it can tell someone the type of person that you are. Not just the field that you're in and shit like that. It can show that you're determined. You know, you're determined. You finish what you start. You can stay focused. All of those different things. But she is right about that. In the grand scheme of things, they mean really nothing. If you think that your degrees and your accolades just qualify you for something, that's pretty fucking crazy. It just is. I would say the same shit to dudes too. They qualify you for nothing, because that's the truth. The only people that are really supposed to give a shit about your degrees are, number one, people that are in competition with you, or number two, people that are going to hire you. I was in a conversation a while back, right? I'm not going to say the woman's platform that I was on, you know, but I heard a lot of women say, you know, up there, like, well, they make a certain amount of money, so they should have a man that makes a certain amount of money. I'm like, hey, and if that's what you want, by all means, hey, hold out for that shit, and I hope you fucking get it. But don't think that entitles you to anything, because your degrees and your income and your job, that only gives you the ability to pay for shit. Like that's it. That's what it does. It gives you the ability to pay for shit. So I like when she used that phrase right there. You know, that comeback. What's up, Annie? You know, that comeback right there, which was, hey, the only people that give a fuck about those are motherfuckers that's about to hire you, you know, for a job. Now, in the dating market, the job that you're applying for is girlfriend or wife. That's it. So what about your degree qualifies you for that job? Oh, I got a communications degree. I got a psychology degree. I got this fucking degree. Whatever. I got an archaeology degree. I had a sociology degree. Okay, cool. All right. So as far as being a wife, you know, being a mother, being a companion, being a co-pilot to life, what day did they teach you that shit in school? So I can also understand why, you know, a lot of not just women, but even men too on here complain about the piss in the dating pool. And that's because, what up, Kojak? I can understand why they complain about the piss in the dating pool, you know, and then they want to bring up the degrees, the accolades. The dudes want to bring up how much money they have, and you know what I'm saying, how fly they are, and all of this other shit. And it's like, yeah, that's why it's piss in the dating pool. Because if you're gonna throw your degrees and your money in somebody's face, the only motherfucker that's about to apply for that job and actually want it is somebody that's gonna want a fucking payout in the end. They want something from you. That's why you keep getting fucked over. Trust me, I'm not just talking to women here. I'm talking to you dudes too. Like that's what the fuck it is. That's why I'm kind of segueing into shit. Because when they talk about the lack of traditional dudes that can't fire up a grill, can't change a fucking tire, can't jump over a sheet of paper, okay? Don't even know, don't own a toolbox, don't know how to use the tools in a toolbox, have no clue what the fuck is going on when you turn on the game or you tell them about sports or you have a conversation about sports or anything. Yeah, where all the men at? It's like, I'll tell you where the men are at. They're on the fucking internet trying to impress you. And because of that, they done lost their manhood. And like I said earlier, thank you, Kojak. He stated it best right there. It's too many manginas these days. So I'm not gonna blame women for that, because of course they'll do that shit if you fucking let them, bro. They'll put barrettes in your motherfucking hair and fucking makeup on you and shit. You fucking let them, bro. You can't let them. Like, as a man, like, you can't fucking let them do that shit. What the fuck, bro? It's like, yo, you gotta remind, like, what the fuck, man? I'm a goddamn man, bro. I'm gonna hang out with the fellas. We for real. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault at all, Jill. Look, I've always been an advocate of that shit. Look, like, as women, y'all gonna do what you can get away with doing. For real. And a man that's not a fully grown man is probably just going to allow himself to be effeminized over the course of time. So y'all kind of have a radar that allows, like, it's kind of like a built-in defense mechanism y'all got. For real. Like, if y'all can bitch up a nigga, like if y'all can turn a nigga into a bitch or illuminate his bitch assness, y'all gonna fucking do it. Because if it wasn't there in the first place, y'all couldn't bring light to it. And then y'all would just, hey, fuck that nigga. Fuck him, whatever. And here they are on the internet crying. She ain't respect me. She ain't respect me. She said I wasn't emotionally intelligent enough. She wouldn't submit. Why do they do us men like this? Because you guys have bitch assness in your DNA. That's why. That's why. That's what it is. Like, it is what it is. And that's what the fuck she's supposed to do. If there's any bitch assness in your DNA whatsoever, she's supposed to fucking find that shit. She's supposed to find that shit, bring it out of you, and then get the fuck gone. For the sake of her own security and protection and provisions. Yeah. You feel me, Kojak? They're like, why do they do that? Because they're supposed to. They're supposed to. Like, that's nature. Look, I'm going to bring up another scenario that I saw on YouTube. I'm not going to say names because I don't want to get too, I said I wasn't going to get too messy, on this stream today, right? I'm not going to say any names. But it's a situation, where there's an alleged married couple on here, right? And the woman is all over this bitch, just really embarrassing her dude about some old shit, right? And it's fucking bad. Like, she's up here running amok, cussing dudes out, calling them all types of fuck niggas and bitch niggas and shit. And he's running, he is running behind her with a virtual mop and bucket. Well, hey, I know she called you a fuck nigga, but don't call her a bitch in front of me type shit. Like, for real, it is, and I'm going to use the word that's triggering to all men and males. Pathetic. Like it really is. And what I see right there, in light of Mental Health Awareness Month, what I see right there in a situation like that, it's like, dude, your woman is not just disrespecting you, bro. Because she is disrespecting you, but she's not just disrespecting you. What she's doing is she's on the internet crying out loud for help. She is begging you to be the man that she needs you to be. All right? Tell her to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, or else she is on her own. Like, she's literally begging you to do that. I know people will be like, hey, you're not supposed to talk to your woman like that. Hey, you shouldn't have to talk to your woman like that. You shouldn't have to. Because she's supposed to have enough mental and emotional fortitude not to run around public platforms and the internet embarrassing you. But if by some stretch of the imagination this actually happens, hey, you gotta check that shit. Or you gotta be willing to fucking be out. Like, that's it. And the fact that this shit is happening in front of people, she obviously wants you to check her ass in front of people. Like, she's begging you to do it. And it's fucked up. I know people will be like, hey, nah, man, that's wrong. Nah, hey, there's a lot of shit that's wrong with that shit. A lot of shit that's wrong with that shit. And because it's been so much wrong shit, you might have to deal with that wrong shit with some more wrong shit in order to get some right shit. It is what it is. I mean, this shit's supposed to be some balance. Just like Kojak said. He said, I shouldn't have to call her a bitch, but if she's acting like one, I'm going to call her one. Hey, whatever words you use. I mean, I'm not too fond of, like, showing disrespect with, like, fighting disrespect with disrespect and shit like that, because you get bees with honey. You get bees with honey, you get flies, and you get maggots with shit. So it kind of is what it is. But at some point, you gotta break out the problem solving. You gotta handle shit. So even when folks come on here and they use the whole, I'm married now, or I look at me, y'all. Somebody want me, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They try to use that as a flex on these fucking panels. Look, man. I used the analogy before, or I'm sorry, the what's the term? The euphemism before. Like, don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. These motherfuckers will literally piss on aluminum foil and try to sell you gold. You saw that with that other, Bobby and Whitney marriage and shit that was going on that lasted like 6 months or some shit. But we married, yeah, but y'all fucked up. But y'all fucked up. Like, fuck out of here. Like, y'all fucked up. So I can agree with Kendra to that degree. Like, no, it's not better to be in a fucked up marriage than it is to just not be in a marriage at all. You're better off being by yourself before you just in some shit that's fucked up. But if you do find yourself in some fucked up shit, fix it. Fix it. Either fix it by removing yourself from the situation, or fix that shit by having a conversation. And unfortunately, because a lot of these people bring their bullshit and their dirty laundry on the internet for the public to see, a lot of times they end up having to air out and clean their laundry in front of the public, and the whole public has to see it. For real. He said, stifle, dingbat, stifle. I'm going to let this chick finish right here, and I got some more stuff.
This is a really good one. You don't intimidate men. Men don't give a fuck how successful you are. It doesn't intimidate them. You can never compete or compare to a man. Number 4 is really gonna hurt a lot of you bitches.
Now, ladies, you can feel free to chime in on that right there. Because believe it or not, I would actually respectfully disagree with her, but to a degree. Okay? I believe that there are some men that a lot of you do intimidate. But at the same time, I wouldn't consider those actual men. A grown man that has a certain sense of personal, intellectual, emotional security is not going to be intimidated by your success, your degrees, how much money you got, or any of that shit. Like it's cute. It's cute. It's cute. But there are some men that have a certain level of insecurity that will literally, be intimidated by somebody that has more than them. That's what it is. But that's a human thing. That's not a gender specific thing. There are a lot of people in the world that are intimidated by people that seemingly are smarter than them, seemingly better looking than them, but seemingly more attractive. That's the term I should be using. They're seemingly more attractive. People that have more accomplishments, basically people that get more attention than them. There are some people that are intimidated by that. Some people have to be the smartest, the biggest, the baddest, the best in the fucking room, in every room that they walk into, or else they don't want to be in that room. They're very uncomfortable in that room. They feel like less than. So I've said this before. I'll say it again. I call it the world's tallest midget syndrome. In order to feel tall, they would prefer to be surrounded by midgets. A common term that you hear, Jill, especially if you've done any type of dating, maybe speed dating, online dating, or you kind of were on the dating market for a little bit, you probably heard terms like, nothing I ever do is good enough. Somebody will say some shit like that. It's never going to be good enough. It's never going to be good enough. That's projection right there. They're trying to project their insecurities, onto you. Like they feel as though they're not good enough or they can never measure up. So they're trying to put that on you and say that you're making them feel like they're not good enough, when deep down they just feel like they're not adequate. They're inadequate. They can't seem to measure up. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna go, before I go back to this one, I'm gonna bring up this other video that she said he was brave to admit that, and I was like, wow. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he was brave to admit it at all. I don't think he was brave to admit it. Because if he was truly brave, he would have actually tried to tackle, the issues that are making him feel that way. Instead of trying to project that shit onto you. You intimidate him? No, he's intimidated by you. See, and I think a lot of people they misinterpret like terms like it's not what you say, it's how you say it. They misinterpret that and they think it's all about tone. It's all about tone. Well, you said it in a fucked up tone, or you said it in an aggressive or assertive tone, so that made me feel a certain way. Look, I'm a trained professional when it comes to delivery and shit like that. Been a salesman since I was 17 years old. It's not just what I do, it's who I am. So I understand when it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. So it's like this. Like, I can say something to you. I'm gonna use an example. I'm kind of going off on a tangent or a rant, right? But it's like this. I can say to you, Jill, I can say, may I ask you a question? And that can come out, that can hit you different ways. It can almost seem like you're giving me permission to ask you a question, and it could seem like I feel as though I need your permission to ask the question and shit like that. Like, I can say, may I ask you a question? Or I can say, let me ask you this, and then just ask it. See, may I ask you a question? And then let me ask you this. I said the same thing, but I said it different ways. But the second way, let me ask you this, is not me asking your permission to ask you that question. I literally gave you a command or made a statement. You're going to let me ask you this question, So that's what I mean. When he says things like, like, you intimidate me, it puts it on you, where he's really supposed to say exactly what it is. He's intimidated by you. That's a personal issue, but he doesn't want to say it like that. It's like when somebody's holding something that's kind of heavy or it's awkward or something like that, and it hits the ground. Some people will say, damn, I dropped that. And other people will say, damn, it fell. Damn, it fell. It's like, the fuck, it's an inanimate object. It didn't fall. You were trying to hold it and you dropped it. So when you say it fell, you're blaming the inanimate object for you not being able to hold on to it, instead of taking accountability and just saying you dropped it. The brain is a very, very powerful thing. And more often than not, when things roll off of people's tongue, it's usually exactly the way they were thinking it. Seriously. What's up, Venus? It's usually exactly the way people were thinking it. So I'm going to spin that part back when she says, you don't intimidate men. That's why I said I would respectfully disagree, but to a degree. Well, I would respectfully disagree, but to a degree. Because some of these motherfuckers are intimidated, by a woman that's opinionated, intelligent, articulate, successful, doesn't need to lean on them to get bills paid. God forbid you done took some self-defense classes and you could whoop a little ass. You know what I'm saying? God forbid that's the case. But we're not going to talk like that's gender specific either, Venus. Because men aren't the only ones with that issue. Because I've been in situations with women that have admitted that shit. Because, I was kind of brought up in a household with the books and the encyclopedias and the dictionary and the thesaurus and all of that other stuff. So I was always taught not to butcher the English language. And just the way that I speak and my delivery and sometimes my tone can be extremely intimidating. So people can be intimidated by a lot of different things. It's really a people thing. And a lot of times, when someone sees someone else, it can really, what's up, Melanated Jim? It can really activate one's own insecurities. And it's not just because of how it makes someone else feel. It's because when they look at you, what they see, it's like it's like the mirror on the wall that tells them what it is that they're lacking. And it makes them feel like they're less than. And hey, Venus is right. Thank you for admitting it. Well, you feel like he's way smarter than you, which that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Because I'll be 100% honest. I know that I'm smart in a lot of different ways, but I'm also smart enough to know that I don't know everything. There's a lot of things that I don't know. So if a woman can tell me and show me things that I don't know and show that she's smarter than me, hey, that's not even just what's the term? That's not even I'm not gonna say it's a prerequisite, but look, it's extremely attractive. I'm not intimidated by people that are smarter than me. Or smarter than me in other facets. Because I know I'm an expert in my craft and the things that I've done and gone through, because that's just kind of who I am. But there's so many other aspects of life that I don't know a fucking thing about. So, I see my woman as like a cheat sheet for life. So why would a smart woman intimidate me? But also I understand that I'm a fully grown man. I'm a fully grown, secure man. So my woman is a cheat sheet for life. No matter what direction I'm going in, whether I feel as though I'm stagnant, at the moment, or I feel like I'm going backwards, or I know that I'm ascending, I know that I can always, have a conversation with my woman and say, baby, what do you think? I can tell her exactly, things exactly the way they're going on and just say, baby, what do you think? And she can tell me if I'm headed in the right direction or if I'm headed in the wrong direction or if I'm not moving at all. You know? And what I've noticed, and I will go back now, I'll go back to the dudes on here, right? What I noticed is a lot of the dudes, they don't want that. And I don't know if it's, it's intimidating or it's just something that maybe they're, I think the term is embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing to a lot of them, because if they had to come on the internet and have these relationship conversations and say that, you know what, my woman, she gives me advice on things all of the time. She gives me suggestions and advice, but she doesn't give me orders, but she gives me suggestions and advice. And a lot of times, bro, it's like a cheat sheet for life. Like, for real. If I got the right answer already, she just confirms it. If I got the wrong answer, she makes that shit right. I think that would be embarrassing to a lot of these dudes to be able to say that shit to other dudes. And that's a shame. But what I've also noticed with a lot of these internet conversations, I've noticed that, unfortunately, that's embarrassing to a lot of women too. That's sad. That's sad. What up, Brownie? He said, some people can love your essence, but be intimidated about how others react to that same thing. She said, now I actually prefer it. I was young and immature. She said, I understand that now, but I was way younger, and he was a school teacher. I just felt like he knew way more than me. But again, that falls into the category of, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. That's when the people skills come into play. The things that they don't really teach you when you're going for your bachelor's or your master's or whatever other degree that you need to be able to teach school. They don't teach you about how to deal with people and how to deliver that damn message. So as your man, he's supposed to be able to deliver a message in a way in which you can receive it. The same way as his woman, that's going to be well versed in things that he's not, because relationships are supposed to add balance. Like they're supposed to add balance to your life. Like, you got to be able to deliver that, in a way in which they're going to receive it. So if he comes off as a lecturing school teacher, all of the time, it makes you feel like a child. Why are you going to take good advice? It comes off as belittling. But if he's talking to you as if he's your co-pilot, or the pilot and you're his co-pilot, like there are different ways to go about that. And like I said, that shit is not gender specific. Like, y'all are supposed to be able to balance each other, because you're human. Everybody makes mistakes. There are going to be times when you're stagnant, times when you're up, you're down, you're happy, you're sad, you're moving in the right direction, you're kind of moving in the opposite direction. Like, you're human. You're going to make mistakes. But and then there are going to be periods of uncertainty. The other person's supposed to be there to help to point you in the right direction. Like, that's what it is. So I've seen and been part of this shit in life where, hey, if you deliver that message the wrong fucking way, a motherfucker will do the exact opposite. Like, they always say that, hey, some people got to touch the stove to realize that shit's hot. Like, you can tell somebody, man, don't touch that hot ass stove, you stupid motherfucker. And then they might just touch the stove and burn themselves. Just because they ain't like the way you said it. Fuck that, I'm going to do this shit anyway. And then you can also tell them, hey, be careful around that stove. It's hot and you could burn yourself. You could burn yourself. I don't want you to burn yourself, okay? Now it's like, okay, this person's looking out for me. So that's what I mean. It's not It's not just the tone. It's how it's delivered. Again, I'm gonna use the same analogy that I used before. Or why do I keep saying analogy? I'm gonna use the same euphemism or comparison that I used before. Like I said, it's may I ask you a question, or let me ask you this. Or, hey, I got some questions, motherfucker. Like there are different ways to say the same thing, and they can land different ways each time.
Don't intimidate.
Shout out to Melanie.
Men don't give a fuck how successful you are. It doesn't intimidate them. You can never compete or compare to a man. Number 4 is really gonna hurt a lot of you bitches' feelings, but I don't give a fuck because I'm here to give you facts. So, number 4, your kids.
Okay, we're gonna get into that in a moment. I'm gonna address Venus's comment, and shout out to Venus. She said, "I think he was used to talking to kids all day, so he used to talk down to me a lot. Made me think I was stupid." Exactly. Like, why is he talking to his woman, his grown adult woman? As if she's one of his students. Like, come on. Come on. That's what I'm saying. So it's not just, like I said, if you felt like he was smarter than you, I don't think that would have been intimidating or annoying at all. Or, intimidating or annoying at not one bit. But it wasn't the fact that he was smarter. It's the fact that he talked to you like you were stupid. That's what kind of turns you off. And rightfully so. Shout out to Raven Knight. Yo, you said like Auntie is a smart ass nigga who thinks he knows about the Knicks. All right, fool. Just as Auntie is an intelligent fan that was right about the Knicks. Bro. I'm gonna go back into my topic, but I'm gonna address Raven for a second, right? Look, I had to turn away so many motherfucking Knicks channels, like Knicks fanboy channels. I don't get along with them niggas, bro. I told you this on Mace's channel. I don't. They're extreme. They're not just delusional. They're combative. They're annoying. Like, that's the worst thing, to have to fucking argue with fellow fans. Remember this shit. Like, oh, front office moves. This person needs to be fired. This person needs to be traded. This person got to get it going. I'm like, fuck out of here, bro. Fuck Julius Randle, dog. They ain't no fucking all-star. Remember I said that shit? I mean, niggas an all-star, but we just inflated that nigga's numbers, dog. He ain't really that good. You know what I'm saying? Remember I said these are the pieces that we're going to have to trade to get the pieces that we need. No. They just need to play harder. They just need to play better. Nah, bro. They ain't good enough. Like, they ain't. And what ended up happening? All of those moves that I said ended up getting made. And now the New York Knicks are in the NBA Finals. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? But then you got to argue with these niggas. And right now, that's what they on their fanboy channels right now doing. Finding shit on the internet to complain about. Oh, well, Becky Hammond said this. And this person said this. And this person's saying this. And I'm like, man, quit crying. Our team is 4 games away from proving the world wrong. Do your job as a fan. Venus, it's New York. It's New Yorkers. You already know what's up. We New Yorkers. So we find shit to be pissed off about. That's what it is. But luckily, I did spend enough time in South Florida. So I watched, the Miami Heat go through what they went through. And sometimes, I noticed that was the difference between Heat fans and Knicks fans. Even though Heat fans are fair weather fans, the fan base is not as rabid. But I never heard them questioning the moves of the front office. You know, I never heard Heat fans demanding that players get traded. You know, I've never heard Heat fans talking about fire the coach. Like, I've never heard that shit. Ever. And no matter what move gets made, they get happy about it. And when the team makes it all the way to the end, here they are out here cheering. That's all it should be. That's all it should be. What up, LT, man? And I'm like, as fans, we need to, just like the front office got to play their role. You know, just like the players got to play their role, the coaching staff got to play their role. You know, us as fans, we got to play our role too. You know, which is just to cheer. You know, win, lose, or draw, just cheer. Cheer. And the only thing we should be demanding is effort and focus. That's it. Just effort, focus, and everybody doing their job. That's it. Win, lose, or draw. One thing, and shout out to Nicer, you know what I'm saying, with the membership for 14 months. Appreciate you, Nicer. I know I say new member, but she a 14-month member. Appreciate you, Nicer. You know, but here, let me get back into this. You say, y'all do, my God, y'all do. Y'all will find something. And it's annoying. And just like Venus said, like, what the fuck y'all arguing with each other? Like, God damn. Yeah. Yeah. It's stupid. Like, it's dumb. That's why I stopped even going. I have no more memberships or Knicks fanboy channels, any of that shit. Like, you know it's bad when there's literally a channel on YouTube called The Objective Knicks Fan. Like, he had to make his channel call it The Objective Knicks Fan because he knows that most Knicks fans are not objective. They're fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy. No. They're fucking crazy. You even hear the shit on like the shows and stuff. I was watching Jeff Teague's podcast. Bro, somebody on there was like, look, people are like, yo, I just want to see the Knicks lose because I don't want to hear from their fans. Pat Beverly just said that shit the other day. He was like, look, man, you can't tell Knicks fans shit when the team losing. You do, if they win, you damn sure ain't gonna be able to tell them shit. Man, fuck, man. You know? So I'm like, yes, we are a rabid fan base. We don't fuck around. But we so used to losing, it's almost like we kind of want some shit to go wrong. You know, and right now, this is when you do you. Like, I'm like, Knicks fans need to channel their inner Yankees fan. And I think that's another fucking problem. You got too many damn Knicks fans that are also like Mets fans and Jets fans. So they ain't used to winning shit. Like, they ain't won shit in so fucking long that they really don't think that it's like for them. So they got premeditated excuses for losing. It's like, yo, we ain't gonna lose this time. And even if we do lose, we didn't lose. Like, for real, we our boys are just gonna put up a fight, and that's it. Even if we lose the game, we ain't gonna lose the fight. You know, that's it. And that's all we ask for in New York. That's all we ask for in Gotham. You know, a better class of champion. You know.
Are liabilities. Your kids are kids are liabilities. Your kids are liabilities to any man that they don't belong to. Asset to you, liability to them. Number 5.
I mean, yes. Look, kids are fucking liabilities until they become assets. Like, that's just is what it is. That Jay Prince method of looking at shit, dog. You using your kids to get food stamps and housing assistance and shit. That ain't no fucking asset, bro. That's a crutch that's keeping your ass crippled. 100. You know, kids are just liabilities until they grow the fuck up. You know, and they become assets and they able to take care of your ass. you know what I'm saying, and give you advice on shit, you know, because they're productive adults. You know, take this from a man that has a child that's not even a child no more, is a grown ass adult. They're all kids are gonna be liabilities until they fucking become assets, and they really don't become assets until their asses are grown and they ain't in your house no more and they taking care of shit on their own. That's what it is. Other than that, they still a liability. They always gonna fucking be that. So that is what it is. The only question is, fellas, if you're gonna date a woman with kids, or ladies, if you're gonna date a dude with kids, just you know, the juice got to justify the squeeze, and you got to ask yourself that question right there, because I've seen that shit over and over again. Look, if you care about somebody and you know that this person is a good addition to your fucking life, you know, hey, them and their kids are a package deal. Like, that's what it is, you know. So I don't like the whole term like, oh, nobody wants a woman with kids, and or even when I hear the women say, oh, just leave single dads out of it. That really doesn't mean shit. You know, I would recommend, you know, if you are going to deal with somebody that has children, deal with somebody that's already taking care of their kids, no problem. And their kids are well-mannered, well taken care of. And also they know and understand who their biological mother or father is, you know, because if they don't, and then you come in there, those children are likely in need of therapy. They don't need a cut, copy, paste substitute for a parent. They don't need that. You know, they need fucking therapy. You know, and a lot of times when if kids are a liability like that, you know, and all that other shit. Look, No Chaser said, and no, you can't tell them kids shit. Hey, but hey, if a woman got kids that you can't tell shit to, either more than likely those kids are not well behaved. You know, if those kids are disrespectful, they either, number one, don't respect their mother, have or had no respect for their father, and in turn, why the fuck would they have respect for you? You know? But if those kids are well-mannered and raised with a certain level of fucking respect, you know what I'm saying? And they know who their father is, they respect their father, you know, they respect their father. It's just their mother and their father just aren't together, and they respect their mother. You know, in turn, they're gonna respect you too, because to disrespect you is to disrespect their mother, you know, and disrespect all of their father's teachings, you know. So that's why I always say, you know, kids that are disrespectful and, you know, and misbehave and all of that should be symptoms of, people think that's the problem. Nah, bro, that's symptoms of other problems. And those are likely problems that you can't fix. And chances are that that single mother or single father, because you got single dads too, that are out here like fucking up. They trying to find a fucking relationship instead of taking care of their goddamn kids, you know, and actually raising their kids, you know, and making sure that their kids are, you know, have a healthy state of mind and healthy emotional level, and all of those things, you know. But you worried about getting into a fucking relationship. That's why that shit comes about, you know. Those are usually kids crying out for help. They deep down, like kids have a subconscious mind just like adults do, and that shit's gonna come out. So just like I said with that marriage situation, that's old boy's woman out here crying for help publicly, like she's begging you to tell her to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, you know what I'm saying, in front of people, because you obviously don't fucking do it. So because of that, she probably sees you as less than a fucking man. Those kids being disrespectful are literally, they're crying out for help. They're crying out for, you know, for the attention, you know, and the parenting that they haven't been getting. And it's likely because their mother and their father has been out here looking for box or looking for fucking dick and looking for a significant other instead of focusing on what the fuck is important, which is their damn kids. For real. What up, Smitty? You feel me though, melanated Jim? That's what the fuck that shit is, man. It's symptoms of larger problems. So I don't like the whole term that, you know what I'm saying, kids are always a liability, or kids are just a liability. They're your asset, but they're somebody else's liability. The kids are a fucking liability until they're not. Like that just is that's part of being a fucking parent. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kids are expensive. Like they just are. Kids are expensive. Kids are risky. You know? Like every time your kids leave the house and you're not with them, you like every parent, you know, fears that you know what I'm saying, you might get a call from the fucking like they might get escorted home by the police or whatever. You never know what the fuck is going to happen outside. Every time you leave your house and leave your kids in it, you don't know what the fuck you're going to come back to. That is what it is. Because they're kids. Kids cost money. You know? Kids will put gray hairs in your head. You know? As long as a kid is well-mannered and respects authority, I can deal with them. Facts. You know? No, facts. Because that says a lot for the person that raised them. Like, for real. You know, but hey, Kojak, we grew up in a different day and age. Most of y'all that listen to my channel, you grew up in a different day and age. You understood that how you treated people, you know what I'm saying, and how you acted, whether your parents are around or weren't around, was still a reflection of your entire family and how you were raised. So it's a certain way that you're supposed to conduct yourself. That is what it is. So even if the kids are like, yo, hey, fuck that nigga, I don't like that nigga. You know what I'm saying? And behind closed doors and shit like that. Hey, kids are still gonna have their own personalities and their own thought. You know, like that is what it is. But they're not gonna disrespect you if their mother respects you. That's one of the reasons, and I'm gonna get into that conversation really quickly, right? Let me drop the link again. You know, for anybody that might want to come up. As a matter of fact, also, let me give some memberships too. I said I was going to do that. All right, so the boiler room gets 5 of them. Look, that conversation that I saw, right? Oh, shout out to Melanated Gym, Sat Passe, Mule University, and Lady Wu. And shout out to Lady Wu, you know? Make sure she get that mindset whenever she, you know what I'm saying, gets out from under them people. But nah, when I would hear that conversation about dating single mothers and single mothers dating and stuff like that in these spaces, the first thing, and shout out to the cynical one, Sat Passe, Melanated Gym, Lady Wu. So they are giving memberships to the people that deserve them. Appreciate that. You know, I'll be giving out 5 gifted memberships at the home of the official YT Purge in a moment once I pull that up. And shout out to New. I see New, by the way. What up? What up, Juju? Now, this is an issue that I have, right? When we would hear this conversation about single mothers dating, especially single mothers dating, the first thing that these niggas would say, like these niggas would say, they would ask the question, oh well, would you have a problem with a man disciplining your children? Like, is it okay if he could put his hands on your kids, you know, and give them a spanking or whatever? And even when they say you have a problem with him disciplining your kids, and I'm like, look, you weirdo motherfuckers, like you weirdo niggas. How the fuck does that come up in conversation if you're dating a woman with children? And the only thing that you can think to ask her, not, hey, how are their grades? What are their hobbies? What do you like to do in your spare time? How's the situation with their father? The first thing you can think to ask these women is, can I hit your kids? Can I hit your kids? I'm like, you niggas, please get help. Get fucking help. And then, now ladies, I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret, right? Because y'all like to use the term a lot, and I'm gonna use it right now in this proper context. That shit is gaslighting to the 10th fucking degree right there. Because that's not a very important question, Nu. It's a stupid fucking question. And it says a lot more about a dude than it does about that woman. Like, or her children. Because that's a gaslighting question. Can I hit your kids? Because that's gonna send a woman through the fucking roof. If some dude that doesn't even know her fucking children, didn't help her to raise them, is asking, can you put hands on my children? So that question is either consciously or subconsciously asked to start an argument. And the reason why I said them niggas need to get help is because I know why that question gets asked. Because in actuality, you really want to hit that woman. That's why I say you niggas need help. And you know that you fucking can't. That's some crazy shit. That should be the furthest thing from your fucking mind, is putting your hands on somebody else's children. Like, that should be the furthest thing from your goddamn mind. You know? Because even discipline does not just come because you're a man, and it doesn't just come because you're screwing their mother. Discipline comes because those children respect you. Because the purpose of discipline is not to just, oh, you did something wrong, let me correct it. No, the purpose of discipline, is so that the message lands. So putting your hands on somebody that has no respect for you in the first fucking place, how the hell is your message ever going to land? And how does somebody that doesn't know you going to respect you? It's crazy. When I hear these niggas say that shit. And that's a fact, Kojak, because these niggas always pivoted the fucking topic. Just like New just said, they pivot the fucking topic. When I ask some niggas that shit, I'm like, before you ask a woman some shit like that, bro, why don't you talk to her about legal adoption of those damn kids? Oh, well, why would I adopt those kids if we break up? We ain't even go. I'm gonna still be responsible for them and everything else. I'm like, so why the fuck you talking about putting your hands on them? You don't even know if you and her in this shit for the long haul. It seemed to me like you got way more shit to talk about than whether or not you can put your hands on her children. Get help. Because I've even heard some, like in some of these conversations, like a chick just said straight up, hey, if you touch my fucking kids, their father will fucking, hey, that motherfucker will delete your ass. Their father will. Oh, well, if he's that type of man, if he's that involved, why aren't you still with him? More gaslighting. More gaslighting. In other words, they have a father. And it's not you. But discipline comes in many forms. Many forms. If the only discipline that comes is with you using your fucking hands, you got other issues you need to deal with. Just like I said, that chick got unruly, disrespectful fucking kids and shit that don't respect her, don't know their daddy, don't respect their daddy, and could never respect you because of that. Like, that shit is a function of them just not having respect at all. Just like she got more shit that she need to deal with, whether other than just getting into a fucking relationship with a goddamn dude. Nigga, you got some other issues you need to fucking deal with. Because you think the only way that you can fucking prove a point is with your goddamn hands. There's a way. Hey, sometimes it's just taking gadgets away. Sometimes, and we know this shit. Sometimes, look, if you respect a parent or you respect a certain person, they can just look at you a certain way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some children, you just look at them a certain way. And that's enough discipline. They so scared to get that look. Sometimes it's that talk, you know. Sometimes it's well, shit. We used to call it restriction, you know, grounding, whatever. When you can't go outside. I know nowadays kids don't even fucking go outside. Pretty goddamn weird, but that's kind of what it is. You know, it's a bunch of different things that can be done. But a lot of kids, usually kids subconsciously understand, like when you give them, as they get older and more mature, you know, you start to give them more responsibilities and you start to give them a little bit more slack, you know, when it comes to shit. Maybe it's staying out a little bit longer, you know, maybe it's just taking care of shit around the house. Maybe it's just being able to have a little fucking privacy, whatever. I can remember when I was young, right? I didn't want to clean my room. No. Pops was like, hey, your mom says clean your room. I ain't want to clean that shit. I'd be like, okay, I'll get to it, whatever. Yeah, your mom said you better clean that room. I wouldn't get around to that. Hey, I'll do it later. You know? Hey, your mom says, hey, you don't clean it, she will. And you don't want that. Man, one day I come home Hey, my room is clean, spotless. Spotless. And little do I know, Mom like, hey, this ain't your room. This is my room. Mom put a box spring in the middle of the living room floor and was like, yo, this is your room now. When your dad comes home, I'm gonna have him take that damn door off the hinges. That's my room because it's in my house. And I'm like, damn. So my privacy gone? She's like, nah, your privacy ain't gone. You ain't never had no privacy. That's it. And hey, not only is that your new damn bed, and my mom used to have to go to work 5:30 in the morning and shit. She would be up about 5 a.m. She would be out by 5:30 in the morning. She was like, hey, all this shit, like the blankets, the sheets, the box, all this shit better be out of sight, out of mind before I leave in the morning. In other words, now I got to get up earlier than her. Clothes got to be ironed, all this shit, the box spring, all that shit got to be away. I ain't got no fucking room. I got to sit my ass. I had to sit my ass at the goddamn dining room table or the kitchen table all fucking evening. And I had to go through that routine for a good, I don't know what, about 2 weeks or some shit. Yeah, I'm in the living room, but ain't no hooking no video games up to the living room TV. Ain't none of that shit. You know? I'm like, what about my video game? Can I play my video game? Your video game? Ain't my video games. I paid for them shits. That's mine. And they're in my room that I cleaned up. Yeah. Oh, I never had to be told that shit again. Ever. Ever. Melanated. Ever. That's it. Pain in the ass, man. Pain in the ass. But yo, that type of discipline right there, just to pivot, because I can tell stories like that, because those are the types of punishments I used to get, right? I can't even remember anybody ever striking me or putting their hands on me as a kid. I can't remember that shit. Because it didn't happen. Those are the punishments I would get. Shit that would land. You keep it clean, take care of it, or you lose it. So you take things for granted. A bed, like I told you, I wasn't sleeping on no fucking bed anymore. I had a box spring. Ain't none of that. I used to iron my clothes and clean my sneakers and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you get the toothbrush and the Windex and the polish and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like every other night, make sure you know what I'm saying, shit pearly. I used to do that shit every night for the next day. Nah. Mom was like, hey, you got one night a week to actually go into that closet and get your shit straight. So now I had to iron all my shit for the week. You know, that was the reminder. You know, that was the reminder. So I'm just saying, discipline comes in many of forms. But I'm going to tell you, the one thing that I learned, you know, was that Pops was he was the easy one to deal with. When he tells me something, I better fucking do it. Because if mom gotta fucking tell me to do that shit, that's what I ended up learning. Like, look, when he tells me some shit, that means mom is pissed. Right? So now I got to listen to him, because this is the last line of defense right here. Well, hey, if I don't listen to him and she has to fucking do it, I'm fucked. I'm about to lose my shit. I ain't gonna have it no more. All of that, man. Shout out to Sock Passe, man. Appreciate that, big dog. With the $5 ball, the super chat, man. Appreciate that, big dog. He said showing some channel support your way. I'm about to give out some memberships at the home of the official YT Purge in just a moment here. So when I hear niggas say little shit like, can I discipline your kids? Like, that shit is crazy. So I don't even blame these chicks for asking the question like, yo, the fuck do you mean by discipline? Nah, hey, I had to deal with, I remember I had to deal with Pops one time. And that was because I started popping shit to mom. You know, I was about 13, about 12 going on 13, you know, a little taller than her and shit. And just started just, you know what I'm saying, talking back, popping shit. You know what I'm saying? Had a little attitude and shit like that. You know, and motherfucker stepped right in between us. And lifted my ass motherfucking like 3-4 feet off the fucking ground. And reminded me that I was still a little nigga. Okay? Yeah. That's the only time I remember him having to step in. So that's the shit that I be saying, man. She said I would have that whole house cleaned within an hour. Sleep on that box spring. Now that's what. Hey, you caught that, Juju. Trust me, I ain't never gonna forget. And then sometimes it be even worse. I'm like, bro, all they had to do was call grandma. They fuck around, call grandma. And grandma come through, and she never raised her voice. She'll just look at me over her glasses and ask me a couple of questions or some shit. Now I feel like the lowest of the low. And shout out to Brownsburg. This is in light of Mental Health Awareness Month, Brownsburg. You know what's up. And shout out to Brownsburg. I see you doing your thing, bro. I've been checking. Hey, I know New York is off the fucking hinges, bro. I know it is right now, bro. And it should be. You know what I'm saying? The New York Knicks are in the NBA Finals, dog. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy your time out there. I know the parties are popping. Yo, everything. I'm doing my best to get my ass out there. I got some work issues and, you know, just some other, you know, situations is not really allowing me to get to town like I'd like to. But I'm going to get there. You know, I promise you, I'm going to do everything I can to get out there, bro. And yeah, I was out there last time. Well, not last time they was in the finals, but I was there in '94. You know what I'm saying? When they made it to the finals, and I remember shit was off the fucking hook. So I'm gonna get back there. You know. But here, let's go back into that. You know, That shit right there. But she said, all you do is give that gorilla look, and they know to sit the hell down. That's a fact. You know, so all of that physical discipline and shit like that, is like, nah. The respect has to be there. So that's what I even asked some dudes. Like, I'm like, yo, if the first thing that you could think to do is put your hands on a child, like, do those kids even feel comfortable talking to you? Having a conversation, telling you how it is that they actually feel? You know? Because I get it. Sometimes you may have to step in between them and their mother. I've seen that with both young boys and young girls. You know, it happens like that. But what rapport do you have with those children? Like getting physical and putting your hand, like that's a last resort. That's like literally a last resort.
Give a fuck because I'm here to give you facts. So, number 4, your kids are liabilities. Your kids are liabilities to any man that they don't belong to. Asset to you, liability to them. Number 5, men hate extra shit. Niggas hate long nails, big ass eyelashes, makeup. The things that you take extra time to do, they hate that shit. I want to give you bitches a bonus, okay?
To each his own, ladies. To each his own. You know, to each his own. Now, what I would have to say for most dudes, we're and this is for actual men, we're kind of indifferent to that shit. You know, like, of course, you know, the ridiculously long fingernails and shit that be curling all over the place, and you know, you can't even type and shit without breaking one of the motherfuckers. It's like, come the fuck on. You know, come on. You know, come on. You know, but yeah, when she says extra shit, I think that's what she means. Like the out of hand, just crazy fucking shit. You know, like we just indifferent. Like, for real, if we like you, we like you. Like, for real, if we like you, we like you. But I don't like the term extra shit, because we do like certain types of extra shit, like that extra, you know, that those extra lengths that y'all go to smell good, you know, to smell good. The extra lengths that y'all go to squeeze into them jeans and shit, you know, the extra work or highlights that y'all put, you know what I'm saying, on your hair or your wigs or whatever, you know. Yeah, we appreciate that shit. You know, the extra stuff that y'all do around the house and shit, you know what I'm saying, with the drapes and the area rugs and the pooperay in the bathroom and shit like that. Yeah, bro. Hey, nigga, appreciate that shit. Like, we appreciate that shit. So I don't like the term, you know, like we hate extra shit, but I'm glad that she did clarify, you know what I'm saying, just with the fucking eyelashes and shit that look like them damn look like eyelashes that you just pulled off of the headlights of a Volkswagen Beetle and shit. It's like the fuck, you know, like the fuck, real shit. Or y'all know, like, what was it back in the day? You know, like late 90s, early 2000s and shit. She said, I think men like extra. It depends. Like, okay, LA. Okay, like you got your red hair and stuff like that. That's cute. You know what I'm saying? Like that's cute when you got that. You know? Like that's cute because that shit be your hair and it fits you well. That's cool extra shit. You know what I'm saying? That's cool extra shit. You know? But like I said, if y'all remember, or matter of fact, let me just say the movie. Y'all remember that movie Baps? You know, with Halle Berry? Let me pull up a little shot. Yeah. Shit like that. That's the extra shit that niggas don't give a fuck about. Right? Like, yeah. Yo, the fucking gold teeth and the fucking the goddamn, I don't even know what the fuck to call that shit. You know? The medieval fucking wigs and shit. Like, no. You know, them crazy ass earrings that got your fucking earlobes hanging down to your shoulders and shit. Like, for real. You know, like that's a little like that's too much. Like we don't really like that. You know what I mean? Like, you feel me, bro? Like, yeah, that was over the top. Like, come on. You know? Like, for real. And on top of that shit, like, most of it, like, we like our women to smell good and shit like that. Like, and I know y'all go through extra lengths. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Because we don't be like, I know some of these niggas be all oiled up and shit like that. But y'all ladies, y'all do that shit in a real subtle way. When y'all oil up, that's how y'all stay. That's good extra. You know what I'm saying? Keep that skin nice, soft, smooth, all of that shit. But then when you got shit like this on your head, like, nigga can smell the glue. And it's like, and you be patting your head down, nigga be hearing that. Every time, you know what I'm saying, your head be itching, but you can't scratch it because you about to fuck up your whole goddamn way. Like, nah, yo. Nah, homie. Nah, homie. Nah, homie. You know? Nah. She said Decatur girls. Yeah. So that's the extra shit. Now, she got a bonus.
This is a really, really good one. Lacking accountability will keep you single, bitch.
And she said, lacking accountability will keep your ass single. Yeah, it will. And that's not gender specific at all. Because I would say the same shit to you niggas. You lack accountability, you about to be a single, unhappy ass nigga too. Just like the chicks a lot of you niggas complain about. When I hear that shit on here, I see a lot of niggas that complain that women don't take accountability, but they refuse to take accountability. And you're right. You know, they refuse. Like, I see niggas talking, we want a woman that's fit, feminine, friendly, and shit. And these niggas are are in some fucked up. Like, these niggas are in horrible fucking shape. Like, horrible fucking shape. You know? Oh, you gotta be feminine. It's like, yo, like I said, you niggas can't even change a fucking tire. You niggas can't even fire up a fucking grill. You know? You niggas can't even, like, you can't even tighten up the handles on the drawers in the kitchen. You don't even own a fucking toolbox. Your woman still has to wash her own fucking car. Real. You want a woman that's feminine, you got to do some masculine shit. Like, this chick is over here having an incredible Hulk up just to turn her fucking steering wheel because the goddamn power steering fluid is low. Ain't that about it, bitch? For real. She got to order shit off of QVC, the Home Shopping Network, and Amazon Prime and shit. You know what I'm saying? To open up jars in the house because you don't have the man strength to even open up a tight lid jar. But yet you demanding a feminine woman. Come on, fellas. You know, she over here waiting in waiting areas and shit just to get the oil changed on her fucking car. Tire pressure all motherfucking low and shit. Engine rattling and shit. Opening a jar is not gender specific, but if your woman can't open a jar, she should be able to hand you the jar and then it gets opened. Absolutely. That's what we say. We like men supposed to be the problem solvers. Yeah. So if your woman has a basic ass problem like opening a fucking jar of mayonnaise, you should be able to solve that shit. If she's got a basic ass problem, like her fucking steering wheel is like turned all the way to the left while she's driving straight down the fucking street, alignment's all off, you supposed to be able to handle that shit. Yeah. Shout out to D Name and Handle. Yes, hopefully. Knicks in 4. You know? Knicks in 4. Gotta win at least one of them 2 games on the road. I said game 1 and game 2. But yeah, you should be able to handle that shit. You know? If she come outside, the car won't start. You got a basic ass issue. Starter, battery, alternator, some shit like that. You should be able to get that motherfucker started and get that shit to the mechanic shop. Even if you ain't a mechanic yourself, you should be able to do that shit. You know, sometimes the starter just need to be tapped. Like, that's all I'm saying. You know? So we got some more when it comes to that, right? What else we got up here?
What you call yourself. If you don't know how to keep a man and keep a home, you're gonna be a sad woman with your doctor self and your lawyer self. You can't maintain a woman if you don't know what a woman is. Her nature is really dependent on a man. She loves to please. She really does. When she don't love to please, it's because we messed up. When you courting, you notice how she smell nice all the time, hair look nice, dress nice. She wants you to fall in love with her. She wants to please you. She invites you over. Would you like to come over and have some dinner? And she'll go out, and if she know how to cook. Now, sister. Look, I ain't marrying no woman that's marrying me to Sally Fields or what the woman name, Burger somebody, or don't do that to me. Throw some food in a microwave and throw it at me like I'm a dog. I got to sit down and eat that kind of crap? Hell no. Sister, I'm sorry. I don't care what you know. You can call yourself doctor, you can call yourself lawyer, you can call yourself accountant, you can call yourself physical therapist. I don't give a damn what you call yourself. If you don't know how to keep a man and keep a home, you're going to be a sad woman with your doctor self and your lawyer self. I don't give a damn.
There you go. So we're going to get back to that first one because y'all remember.
As long as the requirement is for me to lay on my back and open my legs, a man will never be the prize. Because the requirement is my life, okay? The requirement is my energy. The requirement is for me to make time for you. I run a whole company, okay? So if I have to make time for you, if I have to schedule you in, if I have to alter my life, you will never be the prize. And I know my worth so much. That is why it's not about, oh, why can't Kendra get a man? No, honey, why can't a man get Kendra? I ain't never trying to get no man, honey. You got to get me because I am 1000% whole, good, and thriving. And I am.
And that's when I would just ask Kendra, it's a damn shame that this woman is on the internet giving people dating advice, like actually charging people for this fucking app. It's a damn shame because it's like, and how's that been working for you? So like Sapase said earlier, it's like, didn't you marry a whole fucking scammer or get with a whole fucking scammer and you still ain't got no motherfucking man? Like, nah, man's got to get me. So you telling me there ain't one man on this earth that is qualified for you yet? I refuse to believe it. You've never liked a man and you haven't come out of the closet as a lesbian yet? I'm pretty sure there's got to be at least one man on earth that you've liked thus far, but for whatever reason, he ain't want shit to do with you. So at some point, you're going to have to take accountability. This shit ain't working.
Proof that this notion of without a man, you will not be happy. That is the brainwashedness that they want women to feel because they want you to feel like, oh, you have everything but a man. Thank God. Like sometimes you.
And ladies, don't fall for this shit. Ladies, do not fall for this shit because they always try this shit. Oh, but well, women, this is what they want you to feel. Now, this is not a woman issue. This is not a woman issue. This is a woman like her issue. And it's also a niggas like her issue. Oh, well, it's always somebody, it's always a man's fault that I ain't got one. Oh, it's these women's fault that I ain't got one. Nah. You know, it's always your fault that you don't have what the fuck you want. Real shit. Take accountability for that. Take accountability for that shit. And even if it's not your fault, it is your problem. Because you the lonely motherfucker. Going through all of them fucking batteries every fucking week or month or whatever. I don't know if you're using Duracells or Energizers or Rayovacs or whatever the fuck you need to satisfy your fucking urges and cravings and shit. You know? But that's real. Oh, it's the men's fault. Listen what she's gonna relegate dudes to. And I actually got kicked off the panel when I was on Sharon's show, and I said that. You know, I think the back and forth had begun with PH Diva, right? And you talk about, well, men ain't doing this, they ain't doing that, and you can't do this, and you can't do that, and you see women as subhuman. It's like, no, you come across men that see women as subhuman because you yourself see men as subhuman. Deep down, you believe that it is a man's like obligation, responsibility, and purpose for living just to please you. And that's not the case. Which has led to the reasons why you have to sit on the fucking internet all day, every day, talking about relationships. Because real life is a fucked up place for you. And leadership by proxy does not exist. Oh, well, I want men to lead, but they got to lead the way that I tell them to. Like, no, if a motherfucker is leading the way that you tell them to, then they're not really the fucking leader, are they? And only an idiot that you have absolutely no respect for is going to buy into that. And you're not going to get with a dude that you have no respect for. That's why you ain't got no man. Duh. It's amazing how you can have all these degrees and be so smart and you don't even know that 2 + 2 = 4. Ain't that about a bitch? Is that a motherfucker? And I ain't letting you niggas off the hook neither. Why ain't these women more submissive and understanding and why they talk to me like that, bro? Because you got bitch assness in your motherfucking DNA, bro. And you spend your days and nights on the internet crying like bitch. And trauma bonding and shit. So the reason why you niggas is crying is because you're ending up with Priscilla Clark type chicks that really deep down, they'll take you, but deep down, they really just want to be in a lesbian relationship. That's why they take you, because you remind them of a fucking woman. And I know it's hurtful. That shit hurt. That shit hurt. Hurt your soul. Yeah. Fix it, nigga. Fix it. For real. Go to the fridge. Grab a beer. You know, put a reminder on your TV. The NBA Finals start on Wednesday night. Check it out. Okay? Watch a boxing match. Go hit the bag. Look in the mirror. Practice saying, sit down and shut the fuck up. Practice it. Practice saying it to yourself. Have a look on your face and a tone that you would actually receive. They used to ask that question. Like, yo, what was it? The dating coaches and shit? They used to ask that question. Like, yo, ask yourself. Bro, the matchmakers and dating coaches, you have to ask yourself, hey, would I date me? You got to ask yourself that shit. Go take something apart and put that shit back together. Whatever. Could be start with an old radio or some shit. And then work. Eventually you'll get outside and pop the hood of your car and pull some shit out and put it back in. Practice using the tools in the box. Go buy a grill and some charcoal. And start a fire. And put some fucking meat on that shit. Make sure it's edible. What up, Gigi? Shout out to Golden Goddess. You know? But for real, make sure that shit's edible. Go join a bowling league or something. Hang out with some other men, you know, in real life. Because the trauma bond shit ain't working. It's not.
Should say thank God to that prayer. See, a woman, when she really knows her worth, she knows what she brings to a relationship. So you can't manipulate her giving that greatness to you because you think you great. I think the hell not. You ain't got enough money in the bank for my life. Your penis is not big enough for the sacrifice for my life.
You see that shit? You don't have enough money in the bank for my life. Your schmeat ain't big enough for what I got going on in my life. Well, luckily for you, you've already created a life that you're able to sustain. So you don't need his money. And if his schmeat ain't big enough, hey, you gonna have to find a way to figure that shit out. I mean, I don't know how you end up with motherfuckers that ain't handling business in there, but that's a her issue. But that's what just bugs me out. I don't understand how somebody that supposedly has it going on, makes all of this money, and is able to sustain this wonderful fucking life is now using that as a flex on dudes about how they can't afford to sustain her life. It's like they don't have to. Like, why the fuck would a dude have to? You're already doing it. So since you got all this other shit going on, you really shouldn't need a man to do anything but be a man and your man. That's really it, right? So this woman, and y'all can quote me on this, tell her I said it if you want to, she is a horrible fucking matchmaker. This is why I don't know dudes show up to her fucking dating events. This is why the women on her fucking app remain single. This is why her ass is still fucking single. This is where the fuck you take your advice from? It's crazy. It makes no goddamn sense. I know when I was on that show a while ago, and the women, because they were pissed off about the comment that Tyler Perry made, right? When he said that that if you're making, let's say you're making $300,000 a year, why does that entitle you to a man that makes $300,000 a year? Like, I mean, if you're a good woman, that really only entitles you to a good man. That's really it. And if you make $300,000 a year and he makes $60,000 a year, what's the problem? Man, those women were in tears. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that. He's telling us we need to settle. This is crazy. And I'm like, I actually understand. Like, it makes sense. Like, okay, you make $300,000 a year, and that's cool. You got you a good job, and, you know what I'm saying, great qualifications. And let me ask you, are you a good woman? Oh, yes, I'm a good woman. I'm a great woman. Okay, cool. So if you got a good man, handles his business in the bedroom, you know what I'm saying, respects you, will make a great father to your children, you know, you can trust him, you know, he's emotionally regulated, like he doesn't jump off the fucking rail and make you feel like less than and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Every time he gets in his fucking feelings. Like, he's got all those tools of a good man. Knowledge, wisdom, rational thought, understands you, all of those things. Right? And, you know, $60,000 a year, that's what he's making, so he's able to take care of himself, you know, at least. What's the problem? But I make $300,000 a year. I'm like, yeah, and I mean, that entitles you to buy shit. Like, you buy shoes, you buy clothes, you can buy a house, a nice car, and, you know what I'm saying, maybe even accumulate even more debt in America. Like, that's cool, but I mean, the going rate for a man is not $300,000 a year. It's not. It's not the price tag attached. So, I mean, if you had a good man that made $60,000 a year and had all of those qualities, and now all of a sudden you guys, like, you get a good house, you know, you guys get a house together and shit like that. When your household income go from $300,000 a year to $360,000 a year, and you would have a good man too. Is that a bad thing? Like, the household income is going to go up. You've got a good man. He's capable of taking care of himself. And he's giving you all of the things that a good man should have. What more do you want? Like, why would you want more than that? You know, they told me I don't understand. I'm like, I don't know what you mean. I don't understand. Like, I really don't get it. You know? I don't understand. I mean, the fuck? you're making $300K a year. Like, you're obviously living a pretty decent life. As far as finances are concerned, you're able to take care of yourself. I'm assuming you don't have any debt. You got a good career going and shit like that. The only thing in your life missing is a man or a good man. And now you're telling me that one comes along and your combined household income is going to go up. What is the problem? What's there to complain about? So I heard on a stream the other day, somebody talked about, degree and education shaming. And that's what a lot of dudes do. And I think, a lot of folks have that shit misinterpreted. I would never shame a woman because she has degree. Like, degrees are cool. Degrees, education, intelligence and shit. That shit is cool. And, that's extremely attractive, to an intelligent, secure man. Like, that's extremely attractive. But you would still have to be a good woman. Like, and ladies, I would ask you the same question. Like, a dude can make $500,000, $1 million a year or some shit like that. But if he's an asshole that treats you like pure shit, cheats on you consistently, lies, has no fucking respect for you, like, what good is he to you? Has no emotional regulation. Like, he's got a lot of money, but he's just not a good man. Like, the fuck? You want that motherfucker? And I'm gonna answer for a lot of you. Like, of course you wouldn't. Like, fuck it. You're like, fuck, this shit ain't worth it. Like, it ain't worth it. Or if you do get with a motherfucker like that, you waiting on that motherfucker to die. Like, for real, you literally, hey, you are hoping that fucking day comes sooner than not. That's a shame. That's a shame. We gonna let Kendra finish, and then I got
there ain't
some
an
more.
access you can give me that I cannot get on my own that is worth the sacrifice of my life. And that's just a fact. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just telling you what I know. And I've known that my entire life. My life represents that like it's non-negotiable. You can see it now. But when I didn't have a pot to piss in, okay? When I had nothing but a dream and a hustle, I had that same mentality. So you're never going to get the advice from me. It is better to have a man than not to have a man. You're not getting that advice from me.
Now, notice that what that shows you is a lack of maturity and evolution as a human being. Like I told you, it was so many Freudian slips in the shit that she said. She literally said, I've known this my entire life. Like, the fuck? So you haven't even grown and matured with anything. Because I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're a man, you're a woman, or whatever. When you find the right person for you, they're going to show you things that you never even knew existed. You're going to learn. They're going to show you more things. You're going to show them more things because they're going to be something unlike anything else that you've ever met. Anything else you've ever seen. Especially in a monogamous society that we live in. Like, that's what it is. That one person is going to be one of a kind. So if you've literally gone through your entire life and you just know some shit and you will never know anything else because that's just all you know, that's likely one of the reasons why the only thing that's changed in your life was your fucking bank account. The numbers in your bank account. And let's just keep it real. For somebody like Kendra G, the only reason why the numbers in your bank account change is because of the trauma bond that you've been able to perpetuate on the fucking internet. That's it. You've been able to sell this bullshit to a bunch of other chicks that think just like you. And you've been able to put their profiles on your app for a bunch of niggas that are looking for a fucking mommy. That's why no good men or decent men show up to your dating mixers. They don't want to bother. The fuck out of here. And it's a damn shame. This shit is so prevalent online that you have, you know, both men and women on here like, damn, where are the good women? Oh, well, where are the good men? They just don't exist anymore. Like, this shit is so prevalent that people really do believe that, hey, ain't nothing good out there in life. No, there are plenty of good women out there. But guess what, niggas? They ain't checking for you. They don't even see you. Because their internal biological defense mechanism just doesn't, it just doesn't allow them to fuck with bitch ass niggas like you. And ladies, it's the same shit with a lot of y'all. Well, where are all the good men? I don't know. All you niggas ain't shit. No, there's plenty of good men out there. They just don't want to fuck with you. Like in any way, shape, form, fashion, they don't want to fuck with you. If you're over there, they stay over here. If you come over here, they'll go over there. That's it. They don't want shit to do with you. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you, when you start working on yourself and you become a better or the best possible version of yourself, you know, good people will start fighting for you. Like, they'll start fighting each other for your time and just to be a part of your fucking life. But if y'all don't believe me, it's okay, bro. Ladies, I hope you got some kind of discount coupons and shit for Costco's and Sam's Club's batteries and shit, because you're going to need that battery operated fucking buddy. You know what I'm saying? I hope you got a family member, you know, that's handy around the house and shit and isn't going to fucking rob you for all of that bread and shit like that. And yeah, I hope you got some older brothers or uncles or something like that can give you that dose of masculine energy that you need, you know, to get through life. And fellas too, I hope your internet bill is fucking paid up. Hope your internet bill's paid up, and I hope you got that Costco's or Sam's Club pallet jack of fucking lotion, you know, that you're gonna fucking need, bro. Shout out to L Nixon, you know what I'm saying, with the $5 ball. Appreciate you, L. You know what I'm saying? He said, hey, I remember the one YAG guy came back and said out of 1,000 DMs, only about 10 of them were men. 990 something were women. Even even though he said he wants men. I heard about that. I'm going to have to do an entire stream, about that one right there, L. Because I heard about that. And shout out to L. Nixon, because he said that, right? Like, dude, there was a YAG dude, online that said, hey, he was interested in men. Not women, but men. And he got 1,000 DMs. And 99% of them, like 990 of them, were from women. Even though he said that he was available to men only. I'm going to bring that back up.
Y'all are hungry and nobody's on the grill today because your man is in the back getting all dolled up to go to the club and split a section with 8 other grown men in bedazzled jeans. Hello. To hurry up to wait in line at the club and to get to the artist that's performing tonight.
I find it interesting that now that you women have convinced men to be non-traditional, you want to complain about the lack of traditional men. But I'll play your game. You want to know why these men aren't grilling on Memorial Day? Because they don't know how. You raised them without a daddy, and he never seen his daddy cook out. Plus, you out here looking for a man with swagger and designer clothes when you should have been looking for a man in some jeans and some work boots. Because I never seen a man that was emotionally intelligent that was also a grill master.
And like I say, I agree with him to a degree.
As long as it requires.
To a degree. I agree with him to a degree. Like even when AM just said right there that, hey, they've convinced men. Bro, if you can be convinced to be less than a man, then you were less than a man in the first place. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's why I can't put that on women. If a woman comes to me with that emotional intelligence bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Because I refuse to be gaslighted or gaslit and shit. I'm going to use their term. Because I refuse to be gaslit. Then I'm going to send her on her fucking way. That's it. She obviously doesn't respect me for who I am. There is no convincing me to be something other than what the fuck I am. You know? So yeah, he does have a point. You do have a point. A lot of them did raise him, and a lot of them did convince men to be effeminate fucking menstrual fucking shows that cry all day and night and play victim and shit on the goddamn internet. I get that. A lot of them have. But the point is, if you were capable of being convinced to do that shit in the first place, you were less than a man in the first place. Like let's call a spade a spade. And then all of those talking points that motherfuckers try to use oh, well, this is the man and it should be this and it should be that and all of that other shit. If that shit was even possible, you're throwing all of your own talking points out of the fucking window. Because if you're going to say what's inherently in a man's nature and all of this other stuff, then in that case, there's no way possible for a man to be convinced to be anything other than a man. I'm just saying. So that's why I believe that a lot of these conversations are extremely counterproductive. They're extremely counterproductive because a lot of people don't want to take that fucking accountability or responsibility of their own. And in actuality, a lot of these conversations, if anything, instead of them blaming women for what men have become, men need to take accountability for what it is that they've become. And yes, women need to take accountability for what they've become. Just like this Kendra G chick right here. Take accountability for what your ass became. A strong, independent, business owning, rich fucking internet grifter with no fucking man. Yeah. And no, that's not the fault of men. That's your fucking fault. Because you know the same shit that you've known all of your life, according to you. Yeah. But just like they need to take accountability for that shit, fellas, take accountability for your shit. And real shit, I see it. I see it all over the internet every fucking day. I see it on YouTube. I see it on IG. I see it on TikTok. I see it on Facebook. I see crying ass niggas. Niggas literally crying because they can't get a woman to do what they want them to do. Aw, poor baby. No? Shout out to L. Nixon. He said, any woman who is in full support of a little boy like D-Wade's son transition can't tell me nothing about being what they're okay with destroying. Facts. Quick thank you clip. Appreciate that.
Witness the C-walk of the incredible. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. The city is a big. West side is a big.
Man, shout out to L. Nixon. But real shit, I'm not going to put this all on the single mothers and stuff, because I've seen plenty of single mothers that make sure that their sons are in, self-defense classes, out there in football practice, doing shit with other boys, learning shit from other men and stuff like that. I've also seen women that aren't single mothers literally have a husband right there. Husband, boyfriend, whatever the case may be, and their kid still grows up or is raised to be an emotional fucking nut job. So I'm not gonna put that, on single mothers, because I know enough of them that are like, under no circumstances does my kid turn out to be a sissy. So that's a cop-out. That's a serious cop-out. I always say this shit, and I'm going to use a sports analogy, Raven. And I say this all of the time. This is one of the reasons why I don't argue with a lot of these fucking sports channels. I don't bother. Because what they do is they go down the roster of players and they determine who's going to win, who's going to lose, and all of that shit based on who's on a roster. And I keep saying it all of the time because we've seen it over and over again in every sport. It's not about who we got. It's about how we play. Well, shout out to LFG. He said, my mom was on point. There are plenty of single mothers. They don't play that shit. Their boy ain't gonna be no sissy. But they understand that there's things about being a man that they can't teach their boys. So they allow other men to do it for them. Whether that be a stepfather, whether that be an uncle, whether that be a coach, whether that be a mentor. They just make sure maybe it's an older cousin or something like it. It could be anything. They just make sure that the environment is right. So that's what I'm saying. It's not about who you are. It's about how you play. We see it every year in every sport. How often does the most talented baseball player win the World Series? How often does the most talented football player win the Super Bowl? How often does the most talented basketball player, the best player in the world, how often do they actually win the NBA title? They don't. More often than not, they don't win. More often than not, it's the best team that plays the best, is the best coached that year. That's who wins. Funny, like we're talking about the NBA finals and stuff. I can remember because I was actually at the finals, down here. I remember when the Spurs, the last time they won a championship back in 2014. They beat the ever-loving shit out of the Miami Heat, beat the ever-loving shit out of them. And they clearly had the best player in the world, which is LeBron James. They had the best player in the world. Miami Heat, that is. And the year before, the Spurs had literally lost, in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, lost. And we thought they were out. They almost won, but they didn't. And we thought, hey, man, they'll never recover from this shit. I know that's what I thought. I was like, they'll never recover from that shit. They're too old. They're too old, and it's just too damn heartbreaking. I ain't never seen a team come that close to winning a championship and not actually win the motherfucker. I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life. But in their locker room, they understood that, you know what? Not only did we almost beat that team, but we didn't even play our style of basketball. We played theirs. And we still almost beat them. So imagine what the fuck we would do to them if we actually played our style of basketball. which is ball movement. Fuck them having the best player in the world. We are the best basketball team in the world. And we're going to show it with ball movement, shot making, coaching, all of the things that make a real champion. And they came back the next year and ran through the entire league and ran the two-time defending champions out of their own fucking gym and off the fucking court, sent LeBron's ass back to Cleveland. They beat his ass so bad. So I don't want to hear that. Oh, she's a single mother. Oh, I'm not tall enough. Oh, they just want this from me. Fuck out of here, bro. It ain't who you got. It ain't what you got. It's about how you play. I see short, ugly, fat, broke niggas with gorgeous, beautiful baddies every day. And I know a lot of these niggas like, oh, well, she just like ugly, short, broke niggas. That's it. It's 80% of the women that fuck with 20% of the dudes. That's the problem. Nah. That nigga's playing the game, and he's playing it better than you. Or even these chicks, they gonna come up and be like, hey, hoes are winning. Hoes are winning, yeah. Gentleman Sweep ran them out of the fucking gym. To this day, biggest point disparity in finals history. They outscored the motherfuckers by like 100 damn points. Yeah, El, I was talking about that earlier. This is a literal rematch of last time the Knicks were in the finals in 1999. We're going to party like it's 1999. Shout out to Prince. That was the Spurs' first championship. And then they went on to go win 4 more after that. And it's actually cool to watch, right? Because the more things change, the more they stay the same. I was watching the San Antonio Spurs, win the game last night against Oklahoma City on the road and everything. And it's just amazing the way that organization handles shit. Because if you squinted your eyes or watched an edit with the players' faces cropped out, and their jersey numbers and names on the back covered, and you compare that shit to 2014, 2007, 2005, 2003, and even 1999, when the Spurs won championships. If you compared that shit, it would literally look like the same fucking team, just by how they play. Because that organization, that Spurs basketball, they play a certain way, and it's a winning style of basketball. It's a winning style. That's one of the reasons why we put our boys in sports. It's not because and this is why a lot of shit has been skewed over the years. Like they think, oh, we have them play sports because we want them to go pro and get rich. Fuck that. We understand that less than 1% of them kids are actually going to make it, on the pro level. Like less than 1%. They're not going to fucking make it. Okay? We're not worried about that. If all your kids is that type of meal ticket, it's likely not going to happen for them. Yeah, you're about to get extremely disappointed. We put them into sports so that they can understand a few more nuances to the orders of operation in life. And that's another reason why we even put girls in different sports and in competitions and things like that as well. Because the order of operations is still the same. You know, you learn things like teamwork, you know, sportsmanship, respect, practice, preparation. And when I say sportsmanship, being a gracious winner and also being a humble loser, because there's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. Like, everybody can't win. That's why this equality shit that a lot of people push is a fucking myth. It's not real. Even if by some miracle or some stretch of the imagination, you can actually come up with equality of opportunity, which that'll never happen either. Some people are just going to have just different opportunities or more opportunities than others. That's always going to be like that. But equality of outcome will never be the case. It just won't. Some people are going to be bigger. Some people are going to be stronger. Some people are going to be just more talented, just naturally gifted. You know, some people are going to practice harder. You know, some teams are going to be better coached. Some players are going to be better coached. In the grand scheme of life, some people are going to be better looking. Some people are going to have a more personable personality. That's life. Some people are just going to be lucky. And some people are just going to be unlucky. Fucking happens. Happens. Some people are going to get second, third, and fourth chances. And there are other people that'll be lucky if they just get one. But let me pivot the topic a little bit. Shout out to everybody still here in the building. I know I'm kind of going off on my tangent. You know, this is almost like one of Ant's morning rants. You know, we're gonna talk about the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, right? Briefly, because I had a conversation on Sharon's, right? Let me switch this a little bit. You know, we're going to talk about that situation. Now, this woman has called herself a doctor and said that she has PhDs, and it's proven that she really fucking doesn't, right? And if she does, she got them shits off like Temu or some shit like that. She got them shits off like Temu or Wish or some shit. If she does, she can't even prove that shit, right? And there's been some pushback, and it's amazing the pushback that I know I've gotten for kind of calling this shit out, and other people have gotten too. It hasn't even been from women. Hasn't been from black women. It's actually been from pander bear, pandering ass niggas. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Brownsville. Talking about you, bro. Dude. Because as soon as this shit gets called out, they say, hey, why are you trying to tear down a black woman when on the internet, for the most part, I've seen nothing but actual educated black women checking this fucking woman about her bullshit. Now, personally, a shout out to DS1, Sheep Stay Sleep TV. If y'all ain't subbed over there, y'all make sure y'all sub over there. He did a great stream the other day that really talked about this, because this is a problem. It's a problem because when you support the fake, when you literally allow or virtually allow, figuratively allow people to piss on foil and sell you gold, then you actually suppress real gold. And I think that's a problem. When you want to talk about the black community, I think that's a serious problem. People have been used to cubic zirconia. Or how do you pronounce that? Cubic zirconia? Whatever. I don't know. But people are so used to it that they don't even want a real diamond. They didn't want a real fucking diamond. And when I said that, look, this is a slap in the face to the image, moniker of the strong, educated black woman. Because this woman who can't even show her credentials for being educated can just come on this motherfucker, give people advice as if she's some kind of like doctor. Not Dr. J, not Dr. Dre, not DJ Witch Doctor, not Dr. Thunder, but an actual certified, licensed doctor. What does that say to the women, the strong black women that actually went through everything that they've gone through to obtain the prefix, the title of doctor? Like I said, two things can be true at the same time. Just like I said, I don't like the phony victimhood narratives, not because it's just fucking pathetic, but because it suppresses the voices of real victims. When you have people that are actually villains on this motherfucker pretending to be victims, real victims have no fucking voice. And when you have phony ass doctors pretending to be real doctors with the biggest fucking platforms and the loudest voices, it suppresses the voices of real doctors and real professional opinions and assessments.
I know Dr. Bryant calling that man soft and gentle like it was a drag while the internet is currently playing CSI Miami with her credentials is taking me the fuck out. Your entire resume got people squinting at their screen like they are trying to read the ingredients on the back of a wet seasoning packet, and yet somehow you have the nerve to care about somebody else's masculinity. And soft, please. Meanwhile, every time you ask or get asked the follow-up question, you want people to be soft with you, and all of your supporters are forming a prayer circle around you talking about giving grace and what? Softness. Because suddenly softness matters. Suddenly gentleness matters. And suddenly people should be handled with care, which is interesting because the first time that you got to try and sun that black man publicly, femininity and softness became came the insult. Suddenly, emotional regulation weakness, and suddenly not performing WWE SmackDown masculinity meant that somebody was less credible. And let's stop with the fake confusion right now, because black people, we know what soft means when it's used or said at a black man with an attitude behind it. That is community code for you ain't man enough for me to give a fuck, care, or respect you. And that is the appetizer before homophobia and all of that shit really shows up. Every queer person listening to that heard the dog whistle immediately. Every black boy that's ever been called sweet before somebody calls him gay or a faggot heard it immediately. Every man who's ever gotten punished for being emotionally intelligent instead of emotionally unavailable heard it. Y'all swear y'all great men don't grunt enough to like it. And then Amanda Seals floating in like brilliance was the best thing that you had to say is making me pass the fuck away. Because you of all people, the patron saint of actually, let's look at the facts, suddenly got a fog machine of praise for this woman who is accused of playing fast and loose with the truth. So credentials matter when it's about you being dragged, but not when it's about the internet asking for somebody else's degrees who have more plot twists than the Tyler Perry finale, mind you. Oh, okay, cool, great. But before y'all stop foaming out the mouth talking about black women being unfairly targeted, yes, we are. White people do that shit all day, every day, and sometimes they fail upward into Congress. But since when did white people do it worse become a standard for black integrity? Because that's exactly why we stay in mess. Some of y'all think that solidarity means pretending that you don't see foolishness when it's wearing lace front and speaking in therapy buzzwords. But I beg to differ. Honestly, the thing that is gagging me the most about this is that the woman that is publicly begging for nuance right now, empathy, understanding, and grace, tries to weaponize softness against somebody else. Bitch, you are currently asking for people to handle you gently right now. And that's what makes this hilarious. But let me tell you something else. This obsession that the black community has with hardness is a part of the reason why everybody here is tired, traumatized, emotionally constipated, and fighting demons in Fashion Nova sweatsuits. Because everybody wants healed men until healing don't sound aggressive enough. Everybody wants vulnerable men until vulnerability stops performing masculinity correctly. Everybody wants to protect black men until those black men are thoughtful, emotionally articulate, or queer adjacent in any way. Then suddenly y'all start reaching for words like soft, like it's holy water against the demon. Meanwhile, half of the people screaming alpha male can't communicate that at the 7th grade level and think that therapy is drinking Hennessy in the car with their homeboys. I'm exhausted with you bitches. And the next time Cheyenne Bryant decides to use femininity as an insult, I hope that she remembers that she is currently one viral clip away from the internet putting her degree on a history episode of Unsolved Mysteries. And
there you go. Now, shout out to Jason Black. So I was checking this out last night, right? This is fucking crazy. Look at this shit. This is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Man, these shots are like on a whole nother level of fucking hilarious, dude. Now, I'll give her that. Everything looks natural. I don't think she got like the BBL or the extra work done and shit like that. So I'll give her props on that, taking care of herself, physically, naturally, right? But that's about it. That's really about it. Other than that, no, I want no lying ass chick, man. Like, you full of shit. Look at this shit. There she go. Look at that. Bottoms up, bitch. Bottoms up. Bottoms up. Oh my God. Yeah. All by herself. Literally taking selfies. Like, this is you holding a phone. This is this woman flexing as the strong, educated black woman. This is an insult to strong, educated, because I know actual strong, educated black women. And this is a fucking insult to them. This is why you call out the fake. It's not to just Because this is always the defense that they go to when you call out bullshit. Oh, why you gotta tear a black woman down? Because this woman ain't worth a shit. Give me something real and I won't tear it down. But some phony ass shit should be torn down. I'm just saying. Why wouldn't you want to tear down some phony fake shit? You know? And that shit right there should have been plenty. When you guys saw the way this woman crashed all the way the fuck out on that one dude on the damn podcast saying that he was all, what she call him, soft or some shit like that. Like, bitch, what kind of psychologist are you? That should have been a red flag right there. Like, for real. She went in on old boy. Now look at this. Hold up. Let me spin that motherfucker. Right? Look at this shit. This is supposed to be a doctor. This bitch is literally on the internet with holding a camera telling everybody, look at my ass. Look at my ass. Look at my ass. Not look at my diploma. Not respect me because of what I've accomplished. But hey, look at my ass. Look at my ass. It's finally soft. It's finally soft. Look at this shit. And that's the celebrity news. Doctoral deception. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant gets dragged over suspected scholastic scammery. Sparks hilarious tweets, memes, and more across social media. Let's hear what Jason Black has to say.
There, because you can't keep that up forever. I know it seems like you can, but in reality, you can't really keep that stuff up forever. You can't. The real thing is going to come out because it has to. The real thing is going to surface because it must.
Nah, there's the real thing right there, Mr. Black. Her ass. No BBL required. Look at my ass. Look at my ass. It's finally soft. It's finally soft. I'm a doctor.
And when it does, you'll be left in the unenviable position of having to explain a number of things. You didn't really think you had to go to school because you told yourself that you were smart enough already, that was beneath you. Other people should have to go to school. Other people should have to finish that. You're too good for that. You should be able to get by on your street smarts to the extent.
Yeah. And what's wild about it, right? Because, hey, I'm not going to knock the chick because she is an attractive woman, you know, without a doubt. But at the same time, let's just keep it real. Bitch, you ain't all that. Like, you ain't all that. Look at this shit. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to pull it up. Your Coke bottle ain't quite Coke bottling. Okay? It's not. Okay? Like when you was taking them selfies with your gut sucked in and shit, that was okay. But your Babs Bunny, your Jessica Rabbit shit, nah. You got when you bottoms up in it, you got some Foghorn Leghorn shit going on. You got some Sylvester the Pussycat going on. For real. Cause nigga, hey, I don't you see a waistline? I don't see no waistline. Raven, I don't see one. That's what I'm saying. Bottoms up, bitch. Keep drinking. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they like, oh, what you think? Hey, she bad though? She ain't all that. She all right. So you can't even use education as a flex because you ain't got one. If you did, you got this shit off Temu. You can't tell us about your dissertation or any of that other shit or where you did your internship or anything. You can't tell us shit. So I already know you ain't got that shit. Okay? And as far as the facial aesthetics and shit like that, how the fuck you gonna brag about that? That shit God-given. Like, the fuck? There ain't nothing to brag about. I know some chicks that'll punch you in the fucking mouth, punch you right in your shit, and fuck all that cute shit up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't see one because it ain't there. And
Did you have any? You should be able to get by on the fact that you think you know people better than they know themselves. When in reality, she's a very cute stud, is what she is. She's a little cute stud. Men are not her thing, but she thinks she's smarter than men. She tells herself she's smarter than men, even though it is men who were ultimately her
That's what I'm saying. Even this selfie right here, like we all know what black does for the camera. So you obviously trying to hide some shit, and that's cool. You know? Oh, look at my ass. It's fine. No, you're poking it the fuck out. Oh, my stomach's flat. No, you're sucking it the fuck in. And you're about, I don't know, maybe about 16, 17 months away from your damn elbows starting to hang over your fucking forearms. Like your elbows are about to start sagging over each other. It's a matter of fucking time. In other words, you ain't fine neither. You know? So you know, an uneducated, rude, annoying, opinionated, lying bitch that's also not that smart. Like, what the hell are you? Like, what the hell are you? Like, what the hell are you? I'd rather have a chunky chick with no degrees that got some fucking sense, a little bit more respect, is less annoying and can torque some motherfucking poultry seasoning, you know? Like Megan. You know what I'm saying? They can fix that pot of collard greens and shit. You know, like Megan. Over this chick any fucking day. That's just me. Because ain't nothing worse than an annoying chick that talk too fucking much and is also a liar. You know, and thinks she's smarter than everybody, and she's really not very smart at all. Because just like Jason Black just said, what up, Miss Paulette? She back in the building. You know?
Doing by sussing out her lack of credentials. So that's what happens when you're filled with arrogance and narcissism. She has a contempt for men. So you see, when you have a contempt for them, you have to prove that that contempt is valid. So she started telling herself that she was smarter than men. All I have to do is go flop my breasts out, and that shows how dumb men are. That men are very easily led, very easily dominated. That's what she wanted to believe.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all don't see this shit right here? She over here selling waist trimmers and shit. Like, the fuck up out of here, man. That shit should have told you everything you needed to know about this shit. Look at this shit. Like, you over here, like, come the fuck on. Man, don't fall for this shit. You know? Falling for this shit. This is worse than the Kendra G hustle.
Led, very easily dominated. That's what she wanted to believe. She wanted to believe.
There go that refrigerator shape again. I told you. You see that shit? Bitch built like a home appliance. You know what I'm saying? You ain't fine neither.
That. Everything else was simply an obstacle in her way. And that.
There you see the rest of it. Put some clothes on, girl. Doctor.
That's how we get here. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant sounds like a highfalutin name, but in reality, it's just a product. It's a product that once she started getting attention, she was incapable of maintaining discipline for. Once she started getting attention, you would have figured that she'd ease back, but you see, that's not the way that works. When you're doing a smash and grab, you got to grab everything you can as quickly as you can. And once that has to get set off there, you're going to have to grab as much stuff out of the store as you can and run out as quickly as you can before everybody figures out that you don't have any money to pay for anything.
I mean, I be thinking that shit funny. That's another thing. It's like, don't you wish you had a fucking man? You wouldn't have to clean your own pool. Even though we know that's not your pool. But yeah, you wouldn't have to clean your own pool. You know, a man gonna make sure the pool clean. Yeah. Yeah, we do that. You know? Make sure the pool clean.
And as quickly as you can. And once that has to get set off there, you're going to have to grab as much stuff out of the store as you can and run out as quickly as you can before everybody figures out that you don't have any money to pay for anything. She wanted to prove something. You see, when you are the undoctor, Cheyenne Bryant is what happens when you tell yourself that you're a smart woman. Not when you're actually a smart one, just when you tell yourself you are.
Wait, there's more. I got to bring it back for you. Got to
lay
bring
on
it
my
back
back
for you.
and open my legs. A man will never be the prize because the requirements is my life. Okay. The requirement is my energy. The requirement is for me to make time for you. I run a whole company. Okay. So if I have to make time for you, if I have to schedule you in, if I have to alter my life, you will never be the prize. And I know my worth so much. That is why it's not about, oh, why can't Kendra get a man? No, honey. Why can't a man get Kendra? I ain't never trying to get no man, honey. You got to get me because I am 1000% whole, good, and thriving. And I am proof that this notion of without a man, you will not be happy. That is the brainwashness.
That shit is fucking hilarious.
That they want women to feel because they want you to feel like, oh, you have everything but a man. Thank God. Like sometimes you should say thank God to that prayer. See, a woman, when she really knows her worth, she knows what she brings to a relationship. So you can't manipulate her giving that greatness to you because you think you great. I think the hell not. You ain't got enough money in the bank for my life. Your penis is not big enough for the sacrifice for my life. There ain't an access you can give me that I cannot get on my own that is worth the sacrifice of my life. And that's just a fact. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just telling you what I know. And I've known that my entire life. My life.
Yep. You just get that right there, up there. Yeah.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Like it's non-negotiable. You can see it now. But when I didn't have a pot to piss in, okay? When I had nothing but a dream and a hustle, I had that same mentality. So you're never going to get the advice from me. It is better to have a man than not to have a man. You're not getting that advice from me.
Yeah. What's up, Big Brenda? Shout out to Big Brenda. And just like she said, look, we're going to spin that back.
And I am proof that this notion of without a man, you will not be happy. That is the brainwashness that they want women to feel because they want you to feel like, oh, you have everything but a man. Thank God. Like sometimes you should say thank God to that prayer. See, a woman, when she really knows her worth, she knows what she brings to a relationship. So you can't manipulate her giving that greatness to you because you think you great. I think the hell not. You ain't got
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
There ain't an access you can give me that I cannot get on my own that is worth the sacrifice of my life. And that's just a fact. I'm not trying to flex.
Yeah, we're done with Kendra. We're done. Yeah. And like I said before, ladies, please do not fall for this shit for your own sake. Don't fall for it. And yeah, you know what? Thank you for mentioning that. As far as beans goes and all of that other shit, look, you got a lot of the motherfuckers, on here. I compared it on my stream the other day. I compared it to those reality shows from back in the day, like The Real World and Road Rules. And when they ran out of shit to do, they started having the all-star shows and they would bring everybody back. And they would bring everybody back from different seasons and put them all in a house together and shit. And then all hell would break loose. It'd be fights and shit and all types of crazy shit. That's what I compare those motherfuckers to. They're so used to being a character on panels because they used to scripted reality television, right? And now that some of them don't have that controlled, structured environment that made them feel like somebody, now they just show up to the All-Star show, the reunion show, whatever, and get their fucking ass beat on live. That's what it is. Because when people start asking tough questions and coming with fucking answers that regurgitated, rehearsed talking points and shit, you can't prepare for that. It shows that a bunch of these niggas and these chicks too, but we're going to talk about niggas because you brought them up. We're going to talk about them. They're not as smart as they think they are. They're really not. And I can really break it down, but it hurts a lot of these niggas' feelings when I say it. And I honestly don't give a shit because it's supposed to. That's why I said, and shout out to Big Brenda, because I know I shared that link. You know, the Angry Man short. It's like, why are men not grilling anymore and shit like that? They can't change a fucking tire. You know, they don't even know. They can't even find your starter to tap the motherfucker if the shit ain't working. Okay? They don't even know where to put the goddamn jumper cables on a fucking battery. Like, it's fucked up. Fire up a grill? Fuck out of here. A beer? Oh, that's nasty. I don't drink beer. Oh, that's nasty. You know, these are those niggas. You know, and I know a lot of chicks, y'all get caught up and y'all lately, like, y'all have associated masculinity with a fucking height and a beard and like and you know what I'm saying, and like a body type or some shit. That's not the fucking case. These niggas are not capable of strategic planning. They're worse than the women that they come on here complaining about. You know? So even when they try to blame that shit on women, I can remember some advice that my mother gave me when I was young. And I didn't even understand it until I got older and after I started dealing with women. And I've said this on my streams before. She told me, she said, nothing will piss you off more in this world other than a stupid woman. Actually, she used the term a stupid bitch. You know, she said the only thing that'll piss you off worse than a stupid bitch is a stupid bitch that won't shut the fuck up. That was something my mother told me. You know, and later on in life, I asked her. Because I got pretty damn frustrated after dealing with a couple of them. You know, and I asked her, I'm like, what made you say that? And where'd you get that from? Like, how do you know? And she told me, she was like, look, I had brothers. You know, I had older brothers, and I could tell some of the women that they dealt with, and some of them were fucking dumb as an empty box of fucking rocks. And when they get to going, when that trap just get to yapping, I would have to step in and beat one of them chicks' asses just so that my brother didn't lose his shit and do it. But I could understand how pissed off my brother, like I can understand how pissed off they would get listening to this dumb motherfucker talk because I'm getting this pissed off listening to this dumb motherfucker talk. So I know I want to beat this bitch ass. So I'm pretty sure my brother want to too. So I'm going to just do it so he don't have to. Because this chick is not going to be satisfied until somebody beat her fucking ass. And I know my brother can't do that, so I'm going to do it. So she always gave me that warning when I was growing up. You know, and she was right. So to kind of back this up to that comment on the screen, these niggas are those dumb ass bitches that won't shut the fuck up. Like, these niggas are that. Niggas like Beans and others that think they're smarter than every fucking body, won't shut the fuck up. And at the end of the day, life is teaching them everything that they need to learn. That's why you don't see me on panels debating these motherfuckers, because the panels be open. The links be there. I'm like, why bother? I usually just turn away. I might listen for a moment, but for the most part, it just doesn't make sense. You know, and then, you know, a lot of them will come, like Jay Prince will come with, oh, but you think you're better than me. Nah, bro. Nah. I'm not better than you, but debating the likes of you is just beneath me, bro. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of fucking of intellectual, mental fortitude. Like, it's a waste of intellectual, mental fucking energy. You know, it's a waste of breath. Because there's nothing that I can say to you, because you think you're the smartest motherfucker on the planet or one of them, and there's nothing that I can say to you that's going to change your goddamn mind. And even if I could, why the fuck would I even care? I'm pretty sure life is teaching you plenty. Just by you living it. Well, it wasn't Jay Prince that wanted to debate me. I've had, you know, multiple arguments, disagreements, conversations with Jay Prince. You know, bless his heart, Gabe. Bless his heart. Because I really don't think the dude has ill will or bad intentions. He's just fucking idiot. Like, he's an idiot and a fuck up. So that's what I mean. Like, there's no level of education that can fix that. Like, you're an idiot and a fuck up. Like, you can go to college, go through 6, 7, 8 years of that shit, go get a fucking PhD, a degree, and you can get the title of doctor. And it's just, being an idiot fuck up is just so in your DNA. You'll find a way to fuck that up too. I'm sure of it. So it's just a waste. And I'm like I said before, I'm sure that life is teaching you, or is at least attempting to teach you plenty of lessons. So why should I even fucking bother? But I would say the same thing about Beans, who Bald One just mentioned. And no disrespect to those dudes. I have no ill will or beef with them. But the debate is just, it's a waste. It's just a waste. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It does work both ways. That's what I'm saying. These niggas are literally that stupid bitch that won't shut the fuck up, that mom was fucking warning a motherfucker about. Because real shit, dumb people don't piss me off. Or people that aren't on my level, you know, intellectually. And I don't think I have like some kind of superior intellect or whatever. I just have common sense and people skills. So I don't feel as though I'm just above people because of some shit that I learned or went to school or because of my job or any of that shit. I don't believe in that. You know? It's dumb people that think they're fucking smarter than everybody that refuse to shut the fuck up. Because I also understand that, you know, that's a common characteristic and flaw of the intellectually inferior. They are going to think that they're smart. That's usually what, like, that's what puts them in the position to be considered dumb, is because they think that dumb shit is smart. No? Somebody that just doesn't know and is capable of just saying, look, man, I don't know. I need to learn more. That's not a dumb person. But a dumb person that thinks they know everything and you can't tell them shit, nobody can tell them shit, that's a truly dumb motherfucker. No? That's why I don't bother, anymore. I used to be clicking those links and all of that other shit, but the more I hear it, it's like, bro, it's literally like trying to fight the zombie apocalypse, Gabe, with a fucking 6-shooter. It's not enough ammo in your pistol. And it's too many of them. And they're not going to stop coming. Your best bet is just to find higher ground. And trust me, Gabe, it's not even dumb people that think they're not dumb. It's dumb motherfuckers that think they can tell you some shit. That's why I always say what I say when it comes to that, bro. I'm like, yo, hey, I don't think I'm better than any of you motherfuckers, but there's no way in hell you can be sitting here on EBT, housing assistance, and just a total fuck up and a loser in life, and you think you're gonna sit up here and talk shit to me? Like, you're out of your fucking mind, bro. And that's as simply as I can state it. And just that one line alone, you'd be amazed how often that goes over their heads. You think you're better than me? Like, nah, bro. You just ain't in no position to pop no shit to anybody. And that, especially me. Because, I've got limited education. I wouldn't, I'm very skilled in my profession, and I know what I know. And I also know that there's a lot more that I don't know. So when people either come up here or they come on these panels, or I see a channel or I find some information and somebody's able to tell me something I don't know, or even give me a different perspective on something that I do know a little bit about, I just listen. And I listen to understand, not listen to respond, listen to debate, or listen to defend. What up, Letitia McGee? Shout out to Letitia McGee. I don't do that. And I actually saw some stuff on YouTube the other day that pretty much, it told me, which I already kind of knew that, but it told me and it told everybody else that was watching something like that. Like, believe it or not, those are the characteristics of a smart person. People that listen to understand, they don't listen to respond. They understand, the meaning of perspective, and perception, and the fact that, look, two people can see the same thing but different ways for different reasons. But when I hear these niggas on these fucking panels, trying to tell other men and women that, hey, you need to see things from this perspective because that's the only perspective. That's the only way. This makes sense and this doesn't because I fucking said so. And you motherfuckers I've seen you niggas on fucking live streams, like niggas like Beans, for example. I've seen you on live streams eating frozen vegetables out of a fucking bag. You know, in light of Mental Health Awareness Month, I think that needs to be outlined. Because when I say that shit to these motherfuckers, what are they gonna tell me? Oh, but you only got such and such subscribers. You only be having such and such viewers. It's like, the fuck out of here, bro. You know, I know I can get more viewers if I cut my fucking right hand off on live stream. If I just came up and cut it off, or if I just set myself on fire. Or even if I just came up here and blamed every issue on planet Earth on the fucking white man or on black women, I'm sure I would have a bunch of trauma bonding fucking subscribers. But even if it's only 3% of people on social media, I got too much respect for them 3% to come up here with some fake shit. Because that's not the case. A lot of y'all niggas have the problems that you fucking have in life, not because a woman did it to you, but because you're fuck ups. You're fuck ups, you're losers. You know? And even though I can't argue with you about a lot of the women that you know of, and a lot of women, period, that don't take accountability, that's fucking life. There are a lot of people that don't take fucking accountability. But the reason why a lot of you niggas come in contact with women that don't take accountability is the same reason why they come in contact with niggas like you on a consistent basis that don't take fucking accountability, motherfucker. It's because y'all have something in fucking common. Yeah. You listen, you assess, you decide, and you live with the outcome. But you also learn from the outcome. You understand the process that you took, you see the outcome, and then, you learn from it. You see where you can do things better next time. That's part of growth as a grown-ass adult. But instead of these motherfuckers coming up here and saying that shit, no, they're going to sit here and talk to you as if they've never made a fucking mistake in life. And they're not capable of making it, and they're probably not gonna fucking make any more, and everything else is somebody else's fault. Yeah. They are the women that they complain about. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for them at all. And fuck their dealings with women. That shit would be low on the totem pole. Because, hey, whatever. That's part of fucking just being a grown-ass fucking man. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have some failed relationships. You're going to have a couple that you fucked up. You're going to have a couple with the wrong fucking person. I mean, if you done lived, if you're lucky to get it right the first time, hey, congratulations on that. But if you done lived through fucking life, chances are you're going to have some shit where you fucked up, shit where the other person fucked up, shit where both of y'all fucked up, and shit where both of y'all did everything right and the shit still ain't work. Shit happens. You know? So fuck all that. The relationships. Nigga don't care. I'm talking about just look at these motherfuckers' lives. Look at their fucking finances. You know? Look at their finances. Look at their mental state. Look at their living situation. You know, ask them niggas to literally go out in their fucking neighborhood and see how many people actually fucking know them. When was the last time a family member called you just to check up on you and see how you was doing? A lot of them niggas couldn't even tell you. They don't even fucking remember. And I can tell you why they don't remember. Because ain't no fucking, not even their family fucks with them. Ain't no childhood homies. No homies from back when they was teens that still fuck with them. That they can still be like, hey man, you want to come over, have a drink, and watch the game. Cool, man. Bring the kids. You know? They don't have the same motherfuckers talking about relationships don't have those relationships. When was the last time the people at work invited you out after work? Or invited you on a fishing trip or a golf trip? What up, Brandon G? That's what I'm saying. Y'all got the answers for everything, but let's keep it real. Life don't even want to fuck with you. Life don't. That's why they on the internet, on this motherfucker, looking for your validation and the validation of a bunch of strangers, because the people that they know that they grew up around, that they live around, won't give it to them. And that's another reason why them conversations always pivot to what the fuck they pivot to. Them niggas can never tell you about what the fuck is right in life. It's always gonna pivot to what's wrong. Because in their eyes, the only thing that's right is the shit that they doing. But I'm gonna ask you, niggas like that, the fuck out of here. I'm gonna be like, bro, you know how much shit wrong in your life? Do you know? And then they're gonna ask me. See, this is what being a strategic planner and thinker means, right? Because you understand how the conversation would go. It's like, do you know what the fuck is wrong in your life? I don't have to know what the hell is going on. Hold up.
Hello, Leo.
What can we do for you?
This is my first time being here.
All right, and why are you up here?
Going on new panels, trying to go on brand new panels that I've never ever been on before.
All right, and what's your purpose on being on this one?
Trying to find new people to talk to.
Yeah, okay. So it was a pleasure talking to you, but I'm actually going to kick you off of the panel right now, but you're more than welcome to listen. Thank you. Goodbye. Yeah. And you see, that's the way I handle that type of bullshit. No disrespect, man. You're more than welcome to hang around, man. We appreciate you. But since this is clearly your first time here, Mr. Brandon, read the room. Read the room, evaluate, get you a fair assessment. And when you're able to come up here and add, something productive, then you're more than welcome to come up. But in the meantime, use your eyes, use your ears twice as much as you fucking speak. And then you're able to come back up here. Thank you. And yes, I think we're on subs only mode, so I definitely do appreciate the sub. But I can live without it. It's okay. But at the same time, one thing I will not do is play trolling games today. So you can listen a little bit longer, maybe a few more times. I will likely be live later on this week where we have a conversation about sports later on. And amongst other things in these spaces, hey, once you assess, you read the room, you actually have an accurate assessment of what we're talking about, then you can enter into the conversation. Thank you. You see, and that's the way you handle that shit. You know, I'm not playing games with these motherfuckers. Like, I'm not. I'm playing games. I'm not holding the hands of the mentally fucking disturbed. Fuck out of here. You know? That bullshit. You know? But as I was saying, the reason why I know is these motherfuckers go, you think you're better than me because I'm on government assistance and shit. Nah, bro. The fact that you even qualify for that shit tells me that you have no right being on the internet talking to me about shit. You need to be getting your fucking life together. Because the fact that you even qualify for housing assistance and EBT when you're an able-bodied 40-plus-year-old fucking man tells me that your priorities are fucked up. The fact that you qualify for that shit and yet you are an able-bodied grown-ass fucking 40-something-year-old man, but yet you have the time on your hands to speak on the internet about bullshit shows me everything I need to know. And again, I still know how the conversation would go, Gabe, eh? The way the conversation would go. But you don't want to debate what I'm saying. No, I'm not gonna debate what the fuck you're saying. Because the fact that you're even on the internet saying it, when you either need to be getting yourself off of that goddamn public assistance and making something of yourself so that way you can look in a fucking mirror and respect what is staring back at you. Tells me that you're not even worthy of having a fucking conversation with me. These are the same niggas that complain when they get kicked off of a fucking panel for $5 or $10 or $15 or some shit. They ain't mad because somebody paid $15 to kick them. They mad because they can't pay $15 to come back. And I'm like, that shit should tell you plenty. If I could put a $5 bill in your mouth to shut you the fuck up, even for 5 minutes, that means you don't belong in a conversation with me. You know? Fucking crazy. And yeah, these motherfuckers on this bitch will try to tell you and me and other people, well, you gotta understand, how they are, and you gotta go down to their level in order to. No, fuck that. No, I don't have to go down I don't have to dumb myself down to fit in with a bunch of fucking idiots. If I've got to dumb myself down so that everybody's comfortable in a room in which we got to share the fucking space, then goddamn it, I don't belong in that room. And for all I know, maybe you motherfuckers are better than me. I don't fucking know. I really don't give a shit. All I know is this much: we ain't the same. You're just saying. better, worse, different, above, below, whatever. We ain't alike. You know? You know, in your world, I'm a hypocritical, pompous, arrogant asshole. In my world, you're a fucking idiot. That's it. And we leave it at that. We can leave it at that. Because the only assessment that I get from that shit is, hey, we don't reside on the same planet. Like, we from different worlds. So, Gabe A, HT, bro, that's what it is that you see. You know, there's nothing wrong with you. I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with them. You know, in light of Mental Health Awareness Month, it's okay to not be okay. That's what they say, right? You know, so we'll say that. I'm not even going to say there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with everybody. It's just, you're just not good fits for them. They're not good fits for you. There's going to be conflict. You know? We get back into this, Miss Cheyenne Bryant. Shout out to Jason Black.
She feels like she had a whole lot of pressure put on her. A lot of pressure that she was completely and thoroughly incapable of being able to satisfy. She wanted to believe that she was a smart black female. She wanted to believe that. She tells herself that she is. But she's unwilling to do the work. And because she's unwilling to do the work, now you just crash and burn. You were in trouble, Cheyenne, when you talked to Cam Newton. You were in trouble right then, right there. It was your public debut, and it went horrendously. That was when people started asking questions. They weren't asking questions before. They were asking questions afterward. And what you told yourself is that you were cute enough in your implants or whatever, your BBL or whatever. You told yourself that that would count.
I got to correct Jason Black. Look, I've seen work done before. I mean, this is not a BBL. I mean, she might have a little chest work done. You know, right there, she might have a little chest work done. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if the ladies want to chime in on that, you might know a little bit more. She might have it, might be a lift. You know what I'm saying? Might be some saline or some shit implants. But that ain't no fucking BBL. So it's minimal work done there. Minimal work done. I could tell that much.
Camouflage all of your shortcomings. That men are stupid and easily led, and females are gullible and easily fooled.
Thank you. And I'm glad that Jason Black shed some light on that part, right? These people that come on the internet with this fucking grift or these grifts, but mainly like this grift. That's the way that's what they believe. They believe that men are easily led and women are gullible and easily fooled. Like, for real. Cheyenne Bryant is not stupid, not by a long shot. She just thinks you motherfuckers are. And she's not the only one on social media that's like that. They ain't fucking stupid. They just running a fucking hustle. On the easily led and the easily fucking gullible. Look, let me put myself back on this large part. Give me a second here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna say this shit before I get up out of here, right? Look. She ain't that's one of the reasons why I say, look, these people either are dumb as fuck, or they just think that everybody else is. Because they will literally try to run the same hustle on you for years, or the same hustle everybody else is fucking running. And then literally try to tell you something's wrong with you for not accepting that shit. Like, for real. That's not gold. That's just piss on foil. I smell it. I see it. It's piss on foil. Like, the nerve of these motherfuckers, man. But there's literally, Gabe, there's a reason why I personally refuse to spend my time around, I'm going to quote Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men, to spend my time around the galactically stupid and gullible and easily fooled and easily led. There's a reason why. Because I know that level of stupidity and idiocy is fucking contagious. And I know for a fact, if I spend enough time around motherfuckers like that, and even virtually, eventually it's a matter of time before my life starts to mirror the symptoms of their idiocy in their lives. That's why you got motherfuckers on this bitch talking about getting money and all of that other shit, but yet they always broke. You got chicks on here talking about how bad a chick they are and everything else, but can never get a fucking man. Boom.
I'm just telling you what I know.
It's like this. Can't get no fucking man, but yet you a fucking baddie. Fuck the men you don't want. What about the one you do want? The ones or one that you do want. Why the fuck ain't he checking for you? Make an excuse for that, you loser. Same with these niggas. Oh, these women won't submit. They don't respect us. Okay, what about the one out of fucking 100 or 200 that will? Why the fuck don't she want you neither? Oh, she already got somebody. Why don't she leave that nigga for you? Since you're a better option. Fuck it, I'm a passport bro now. I'll just fly over across the world. You know? I'm just riding. You know? Or what these other chicks say. You got them motherfuckers talking about, oh, but just stamp my passport and go run from what the fuck is fucked up over here, even though, because I'm not the problem, it gotta be everybody else. And then you got these chicks, well, hey, the problem is black men, so I'm divesting. I'm divesting. I'm single by choice. No, you're not. What's up, Miss Kim? Yeah. Well, you're half right there. Like, yeah, two things can be true at the same time. You're not single by choice, but you are single because of your choices. You know, but that's what I was going to say, Gabe. This is another reason why I have no respect, very little to no respect. And I think you know what I'm talking about because you had some dealings with some of these folks too, you know, in the past, right? These niggas claim to be the epitome of masculinity, leadership, all of that shit, but yet they still fall for the pandering, pick me bullshit. Like, they don't just fall for it, they platform it. That's why, bro, I can't blame these chicks for hustling these niggas like they do. I can't blame them. I can't blame them. Tell these niggas what the fuck they want to hear, whether you believe it or not. And they'll help you to grow your fucking platform, and they'll put some money in your fucking pocket. If the hustle works, why change it? Why change it? You know, I'll be honest. I would rather talk to a woman on here that literally says, look, fuck you niggas. I believe that you're fucking beneath me. I believe that you're beneath all fucking women. Okay? Regardless of how much fucking money you make, regardless of how smart you think you are, I just don't think that you're fucking capable of a goddamn thing. All right? And I think you're less than fucking human, regardless of what you fucking say. I would respect that more than a lying ass pandering pick me that just comes up here telling me some bullshit that she thinks I want to fucking hear just to grow her fucking platform and channel and get a couple of cash apps and super chats. But these niggas are the exact opposite. They're like, yo, lie to me. I would rather a chick that just lies through her fucking teeth, you know, up here, plays a fucking character and helps to produce more marks. And people would ask me, like, well, why would you respect a woman that has that first outlook on things? I'm like, hey, because this is life. This is planet Earth. People have the right to be wrong, you know. But at least she's honest. You know, at least she's honest. And as wrong as she is, hey, I'm pretty sure life will teach her a fucking lesson. But with you niggas, when you platform these pandering, lying, fucking pick me chicks that'll fucking tell you what the fuck you want to hear, knowing damn well they don't believe any of the shit, just to get a couple of fucking dollars out of you motherfuckers, or just to grow their goddamn platforms. is the reason why these goddamn debates can keep going. Because you niggas are easily led, easily fooled. There's a reason why I would prefer honest stupidity over fucking, dishonest pandering. Because I know honest stupidity, I don't have to debate you or teach you a lesson or any of that shit. Because life will do that shit. Life will do that shit. Get Sharon Bracey, for example. No disrespect to him or his channel or anything, because I go on there. Respect to him. He's giving people what they want, and they're paying him for it. But at the same time, you keep telling chicks like that what the fuck they want to hear. And they stay in the perpetual bullshit that keeps them going back. Keeps them coming back. I know some are just listening at work and shit, just to get through the work day, whatever, over the course of a day. But others listen to that shit religiously because they ain't got no motherfucking man and they ain't gonna get one. They would like to have one. They would, but more than they would like to have a fucking man, they would like somebody to tell them that they're not the problem. Oh, you're not the problem. Nothing's ever your fault. It's the fault of these men. Aw. Support the show. Good afternoon, kings and queens. Good afternoon, queens. Fuck out of here. The same niggas that'll come up on damn live streams saying that bullshit every fucking day is the same niggas that think that this chick ain't fucking dead ass fucking wrong or shouldn't be called out. For being a fake fucking doctor. Just so she can get in the pockets of people that are actually suffering real trauma. And you'd be amazed how many people are on these platforms that really do believe that that shit is a good thing. That's a good thing. Things that make the problem worse are good. And so I just leave them be.
And they have the smartest people in the room. They tell themselves that the rest of you are morons, dumb, idiots, gullible, silly, stupid, easily fooled. They want to believe that because they're trying to get away with something.
I.e., just what Jason Black said, that's what the fuck I mean for all of the fucking intellectually inferior motherfuckers that don't know what it means when I tell somebody that I'm not going to allow you to piss on my head and tell me it's raining. That's exactly what the fuck I mean. Just what Jason Black just said.
And they have utter contempt for everyone around them. They tell themselves they're the smartest people in the room. They tell themselves that the rest of you are morons, dumb, idiots, gullible, silly, stupid, easily fooled. They want to believe that because they're trying to get away with something. They tell themselves that you're not smart enough to ask the right questions. Hell, if you're men, you'll just take a look at the color of her skin and the size of her breasts, and all your questions have been answered. And just to show you how smart she isn't, she didn't realize that that's exactly what didn't happen. Everything that she was counting on not to occur, that's exactly what occurred. Right down the line. She was unable and incapable of proving anything. She told herself, don't worry, I'm so cute that will leave them mesmerized and distracted. And that's exactly what didn't occur. When you've been living your life as long as she has, she's not terribly old, but when you're living your life as long as she has, attempting to pull off this fraud, this is what you end up with. You end up here. You end up in a situation where you need these facsimiles to be real. You just need people not to press on it and push on it. Because if they do, it's going to fall apart. She is indicative. The real reason why a lot of women are turning on her right now is because they see a lot of themselves in her. What? And that's the truth. This will be the next fight that she's going to have with people. That you're jealous, that you're haters. Because the truth of the matter is that so many females today suffer from Cheyenne Bryant disease. They want to be thought of as smart. They want to be thought of as capable. They tell themselves, maybe when they were kids, maybe they were articulate, maybe they were bookworms. They get caught off in a whole lot of Dianetics and Scientology and reading, and they tell themselves that that's their value. The interviews that Dr. Bryan has had, the non-doctor has had about her book. The book is complete psychobabble. It's Oprah Winfrey to the fifth power. There's nothing logical in there whatsoever. It's not meant to be logical. The people that she's attempting to appeal to, it's just meant to throw a whole bunch of words at you. It will work for her because even if she doesn't like men, she knows that she has something that appeals to men. Most females don't. And because most females don't even have bait, nothing will work for them. So if you start assuming that it is her advice that's working, that's wrong. It's her BBL and liposuction or whatever else, Ozempic or whatever else is working. Well, that's what's doing it. That's what's doing it. So the females need to understand that there's a lot of you in her. Cheyenne Bryant wants to be appreciated for knowledge that she hasn't earned and doesn't really have. She wants to be appreciated for that. She doesn't want to be appreciated for having it. She doesn't want to actually do the work. She wants to bandy around degrees or papers that they don't have. Some of you do have them. And you want to get credit for that. You don't want to get credit for practical, actionable knowledge and information. You want to get credit for degrees. You want to get credit for third-party acknowledgement. She understood this. And she understood that if she could make it far enough, it wouldn't matter. The truth of the matter is that Dr. Bryant, the non-doctor, doesn't know men. Hell, she doesn't know women. She doesn't know any of those things. What she does know is to just keep it going as long as you can. She does know that. She knows keep it going as long as you can.
Like a fucking Ponzi scheme. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit, man?
Keep it running. Keep the clock going as long as you can. And the truth of the matter is that's most females today. Most females today, particularly most black women. You see a lot of yourself in Cheyenne Bryant. You see a lot of yourself in her because you can see that. A lot of women like the fact that she seems like she's got bait to lure men in, and then bammo, she's going to smack you over the head once you get there.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to Aquafina BBW. You know what I'm saying, with the cash. I'm sorry, with the cheers. You know what I'm saying? Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, yeah. Go New York, go New York, go. The Knicks are in the NBA Finals, and they don't like it. They don't like it. But that's what it is. Knicks fans about to really go ham. It's going to be bad once we win. They saying Knicks in 4. You know, I would prefer. Well, no, Knicks in 4 would be great because they would be able to win it in Madison Square Garden. You know, games 1 and 2 are in San Antonio. Games 3 and 4 are in Madison Square Garden in New York. Game 5 is in San Antonio. Game 6 would be in Madison Square Garden. And of course, game 7 would be in San Antonio, Texas. Games 5, 6, and 7 are if necessary. So that's it. I would prefer that it's Knicks in 4. But hey, however else, whether they got to bring home that gold ball, whether they got to win that gold ball at home, or even if they got to, bring it back on a fucking private charter plane, just bring home the ball. 4, 5, 6, 7, what the fuck ever. Shout out to the Knicks because it's been a long time coming. But yeah. I mean, just keep in mind, though, the only way that they can win it at the Garden is if they win it in 4 or 6 games. They would either have to sweep or they would have to win, 4 games to 2. That's the only way. So however the fuck they win it is how the fuck they win it. I don't care. Just bring home the gold fucking ball. I honestly really don't even care, even if they win that shit in San Antonio, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. The fans in San Antonio have never had a championship celebration on their home court. Even when the Knicks beat San Antonio for the NBA Cup, that was on neutral ground. That was played in Las Vegas. Okay? When the only time San Antonio made it to the finals and lost was in 2013, and they lost to the Miami Heat in 7 games in Miami. When they won it in 5 games in 2014, they changed the league changed the format from 2-3-2, because remember, the finals used to be 2-3-2. The league changed the format because of what happened the year before. They didn't think it was necessarily fair that when San Antonio, after 5 games, they were up 3 games to 2, and then they had no chance to win the series at home. That's why they had to go on the road and bring it back. I personally didn't like the change to the format. So then they changed it back to the format of the rest of the playoffs. Now I'm going to give you guys a little bit of backstory with that. There's a reason why up until 2014, the finals format was always 2-3-2. The team with home court advantage would get the first 2 games and the last 2 games if necessary. And the team without home court advantage would get 3 games in a row at home. There was a reason why, and it was to cut the travel to a minimum in the finals. And it would help for there to be a truer champion. Without the jet lag and the extra travel, things would work out a little bit better. Instead of having to have teams travel for game 5, and then, because remember, it's East versus West Coast. So, even though, Texas it's only 1 time zone away. So that's really not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? When it's a Texas team, playing. But, let's say it's the Lakers versus the Celtics or some shit like that. Like, that's literally, across the country. type shit. So rather than having to travel, for game 5 and then travel for game 6 and then travel for game 7 if necessary, back and forth across the country, it was easier to just have those 3 games in the middle and then you go back. Then you go back. Travel would be at a minimum. Now, the other reason why they had that is that was back in the day when teams had to fly commercial. That's before teams were flying with private fucking jets. So I personally like the 2-3-2 format. I didn't have a problem with that shit. I think, just keeping the travel to a minimum is what it is. That's it. If you don't have the home court advantage, like, think about it like this. Jordan, when he won his last championship, he won that shit in game 6 in Utah. The Bulls did not have the home court advantage, and that's what it was. Had he lost game 6, he would have had to play another game 7 in Utah. That's just what it was. So what the fuck you got to do. Back then, it was like that. That was it. You had to win one of those games on the fucking road. One of those first 2 games on the road if you didn't have the home court advantage. And then you had to win all 3 games at home if you wanted to celebrate in front of your home gym, in front of your home fans. That was also, a time, if I'm not mistaken, when Jordan won his last championship, because let's keep it real, the league knew that was Michael Jordan's last year because the Bulls were going to be broken up. Remember, they were filming The Last Dance and all of the documentaries, and what's his name? Jerry Krause had already said no matter what. Shout out to Aquafina BBW with more cheers than Shamrocks. Appreciate that, sis. He said like that pretty much, they were going to fire the coach. They were going to blow that shit up. Even if they went 82-0, they were going to blow that shit up. So the league knew that shit. So basically, that year, 1998, was the first time ever a road team, because teams have won championships on the road before, but that was the first time that the championship celebration for a road team actually took place on the court, which I thought was the most disrespectful shit. And ever since then, it's just been customary, no matter what, whether it's the home team that wins or the road team that wins, now they hold the championship celebration on the court. I think that's bullshit. Back in the day, if it wasn't the home team that won, the championship celebration would not be held on the court. And I think that's I thought that was respectful of the fans. And I thought it was extremely disrespectful because the following year, because I'm about to land, the following year, which was 1999, the San Antonio Spurs won that series in 5 games in Madison Square Garden and got to celebrate in Madison Square Garden. So because of that, Black Pearl, I could give 2 fucks if the New York Knicks have to celebrate their championship this year on their court. Because Tim Duncan and David Robinson and Greg Popovich and Avery Johnson and Jared Jackson and Bruce Bowen and them motherfuckers and Sean Elliott, I believe it was, all of the motherfuckers that was on the Spurs back then got to celebrate that shit in Madison Square Garden. See, I'm old enough to remember that shit, and I was heartbroken to see goddamn black and silver confetti and shit, coming down, and a Larry O'Brien trophy being presented to Tim Duncan on a New York Knicks logo. As a Knicks fan, that shit hurt. I remember the feeling in 1999. even though I knew the better team won. Because the Knicks weren't even really supposed to be there as an 8 seed, shortened season, lockout season, all of that. I understood that. The better team won. I had no problem with that. But the fact that they got to celebrate in Madison Square Garden, y'all remember the boo? I remember the boos. So now I could give 2 fucks. I could literally care less how or where the Knicks win that shit, as long as they win that shit. And to be honest, they came so far and did so well. The only thing I'm really asking for the New York Knicks is just focus and effort from top to bottom. With the medical staff, the training staff, the ball boys, the coaches, and of course the players. And I'm also asking for that shit from the damn fans. Effort, but focus. So even when I see these Knicks fanboy channels and shit that are just finding shit to complain about when our team is finally back in the fucking finals, they get on my fucking nerves. That's why I don't really fuck with Knicks fans like that. And I'm a Knicks fan, but I'm a real Knicks fan. If Raven, if you still in there, you know what's up. I've had these conversations. Yeah, you remember them celebrating. That shit hurt, bro. Watching them celebrate on a Knicks logo. But, I mean, I get it. I was young back then, so I saw a lot of championship celebrations, but usually, the teams would have to celebrate in the locker room if you didn't win that shit at home. Like I said, they win that shit and run back to the locker room. David Stern present the trophy and all of that shit. But it was out of respect for the fans. So you really didn't know what was going on. If you were watching on television, you didn't know what was going on the court. So more than likely, the team that, the home team that lost in the finals, they're probably getting the standing ovation that they deserve, from their fans. For having a great season and all of that other stuff, and and they're thanking their fans for showing up and shit like that. Because that's their last game right there. But after that shit, and I get it, I just don't like the fact that they made that shit customary, because it didn't used to be like that. It did not used to be like that. Maybe I'm too old bringing up old shit. But after that, they made it fucking customary. Shaq and Kobe, they got to celebrate in Philadelphia, and I think they got to celebrate in New Jersey, at the Meadowlands or wherever that shit was when they won. 2 of their 3 championships were won on the road. San Antonio, when they won in 2003, I believe that they won it in 6 in San Antonio, if I'm not mistaken. So, no, that wasn't, at home. That wasn't on the road. I do know in 2006, in 2006. Well, I know in 2004, I'm going to go back to that shit. In 2004, I can remember when the Detroit Pistons won theirs. Shout out to Emperor Kojak. I know you never forget. They won one of those games in LA on the road because they didn't have home court and nobody was counting on them to beat the Lakers, and they beat the shit out of the Lakers. If it wasn't for the late great Kobe Bryant, the Lakers wouldn't have got one fucking game. But not only did they win that one game on the road, they won the 3 in the middle at home and got to celebrate in front of their home fans like they were supposed to. They earned that shit. You know, I remember in 2006 when the Miami Heat won their first championship, they got to celebrate on y'all boys, Raven, in Dallas. They won in 6 games after coming back from 2-0. And they won the 3 games in the middle in Miami, and then they came and beat y'all in game 6. That was some bullshit. That was a bullshit series. That was a bullshit series. And I'm gonna tell you why. Dwayne Wade shot more free throws than your entire fucking team. That was bullshit. Bullshit. So what I heard, and this is just something coming through the grapevine. Yeah, it seemed like it was embarrassing, but I'm gonna be honest, bro. I watched every game. I lost money on that shit, man. Y'all got fucked. And from what I heard was that was a play. You know, that was a play from the NBA because they had issues with Mark Cuban. Yeah, they had issues with Mark Cuban. So he wasn't allowed to win no championship. You know, I even heard back then, if you remember, Stan Van Gundy was originally coaching that Miami Heat team when Shaq came through, and I heard that the order came from David Stern himself to Pat Riley, who was the general manager of the Miami Heat then. Hey, fire that motherfucker and coach the team your goddamn self. Yeah. So that's why but hey, y'all got y'all comeuppance. That's what I'm saying. It's nothing to complain about because y'all got to see them niggas 5 years later. You know, y'all got to see them 5 years later and y'all beat the shit out of them and you got to celebrate on their court. You know, I can remember because me and a homie, you know, I was trying to tell him because it ain't hard to get tickets out here, man. I was like, bro, we need to go out to motherfucking game 6 because we had tickets for game 1. We went to game 1. It didn't make sense to go to game 2 because I'll be real with you. I thought that the way that y'all lost game 1 in 2011, the way the Heat ran y'all out the fucking gym, I was like, bro, y'all ain't gonna. I was like, bro, y'all might get swept. I thought y'all was gonna get swept. For real. I didn't think y'all was like, man, it just looked like y'all could play 10 more games and y'all probably the Dallas Mavericks, that is, it looked like y'all wasn't gonna win one of them. Real shit. That is what the fuck that shit looked like after watching game 1. But shout out to y'all. Y'all made the adjustment. Y'all came in 1 game 2. You lost one of those 3 games in the middle in Dallas, but you won 2 of them. I think Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade showed up. That's when LeBron James just fucking pulled the Houdini. Matter of fact, after that shit last night, we're going to call that shit a check. LeBron James pulled a check and just disappeared. You know, I'm going to talk about that nigga Chet Holmgren. We're going to talk about that motherfucker in a minute. What the fuck, bro? I ain't never seen no shit like that before. But, yeah. But then, hey, y'all came to Miami for game 6. And I was telling my boy, I'm like, bro, we need to go to game 6, dog. We need to go. Because all you got to do is go down to Miami and get tickets. Them shits ain't even expensive, dog. Like, we was in that bitch for less than $300. $300 tops. Good tickets, too, dog. You know what I'm saying? Good tickets. Maybe on the upper deck, but not even too high up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how Miami is. Them shits don't even sell out like that. You just go down the day of, get the tickets, bro, you in. But, bro, he's like, nah, man, we'll just go to game 7. And I told him, hey, homie, if you listening, you know I told you this shit, bro. He was like, I'm like, yo, ain't gonna be no game 7, dog. Ain't gonna be one. I'm telling you, dog, ain't gonna be one, dog. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, bro, Dallas about to close this shit out. He was like, nah, man, the league want there to be a game 7. Come on, it'll be LeBron in game 7. You know they want that shit. I was like, bro, something just told me, bro, ain't gonna be no game 7. But I ain't want to go by my goddamn self, and I damn sure didn't want to pay for somebody else's fucking ticket to the finals. And they either, number one, not a fan, or number two, ain't about to pay me for the shit. And who the fuck just buys one ticket? So I stayed home, watched the game dolo, and and of course, Dirk got to celebrate. Dirk and Mark Cuban got to celebrate in Miami, and that's when fucking Mark Cuban spent like fucking $500,000 on damn champagne at Club Live and shit that night. It was fucking crazy, bro. It's crazy. Crazy. And no, I was not at Club Live that night. I wasn't going out there neither. That shit was too damn expensive to get in. Was what it was. But yeah, y'all got to celebrate in Miami. So y'all got y'all get back on them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't necessarily feel bad for you, Raven. Y'all got your get back. But then, Miami, got to be the second team ever the following year after being down. Well, no, they were only down one. They weren't down. They went back because they didn't have the home court advantage against Oklahoma City with Durant and Westbrook and Harden and all of them. They didn't have the home court, and that was a foul though that LeBron didn't get called for against Kevin Durant. At the end, but whatever. Refs wanted to see LeBron win something, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? And then they became the second team to win all 3 games in the middle. Another rigged series, if you ask me, because, again, the free throw disparity. Like, you can look at it. The shit's there. Like, these motherfuckers had James Harden and Russell Westbrook on the court, and these motherfuckers are going to the basket like crazy. Refs are just swallowing the fucking whistle. Just swallowing it. Won't blow the fucking whistle. And I'm like, that's cool if you keep it consistent. But then, hey, LeBron James, D Wade, they going to the free throw line left and right for everything. Little ticker tap, whatever, flops, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. That's why NBA games are a bitch. Even when it comes to the spread and shit like that, referees can really control that shit, if they want to. So Oklahoma City did not win that championship. But Miami got to win it at home on the court. And then the next year, they won it in 7 on the court. But then the next times, if I'm not mistaken, Golden State, of their 4 championships, they won 3 of them three of them on the road. So they won 2 of those championships 3 of those championships. Yeah, I'm sorry. 2 of the first 3 they won in Cleveland because they had to play Cleveland in the finals 4 years in a row. They lost one of them. So yeah. They got to celebrate in Cleveland. That's why, Klay Thompson and all of them were like, Cleveland still smells like champagne. Locker room still smells like champagne and shit. Yeah, so in 2015, they got to celebrate on the road, on their court. 2016, of course, Cleveland got to celebrate in Oakland, in Golden State. The following year, because the format is now 2-2-1-1-1. Kevin Durant was Finals MVP. They got to celebrate that in Golden State. In Golden State during Game 5 because they won 4-1. And then the following year after that, Cleveland got swept, so they got to celebrate in Cleveland. And then the year after that, Toronto actually got to celebrate in Oakland. Because they won it in 6. Toronto actually had the home court advantage. If I'm not mistaken, of course, of course, during the bubble shit, that there was no home court, whatever, in 2020. And then in 2000, I'm going right off the top of my head now, so anybody can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But in 2021, Milwaukee won it in Milwaukee in 6 games after losing the first. Did they go 6 or 7? I'm pretty sure they went 6. Because they lost the first 2 games in Phoenix. They were down 2-0, and then they won the following 4 games. So they got to celebrate in Milwaukee, I believe it was. Let me get a look at that real quick just to be sure. Yeah, they won it in 6, in Milwaukee. After being down 2-0. And then of course 2022, the Golden State Warriors got to celebrate on the Boston Celtics home court. They ended up winning the series 4-2. In 2023, the Denver Nuggets got to celebrate in Miami. They won the series. What was it? 4 games. Yeah. 4-2, I believe it was. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Denver actually won at home. My apologies. They won Game 5 at home at Ball Arena. Yeah, they closed it out at home. So, hey, sometimes my memory ain't as good as I think it is. Yeah, so they ended up winning at home. Now Boston, when they beat you guys, when they beat Dallas in 2024, they got to finish at the Boston Garden, the new Boston Garden, in Game 5, because they ended up losing 1. And that's what they were saying. They were like, they didn't want to celebrate in y'all gym. They went home, for the gentleman's suite. And of course, Oklahoma City with the home court advantage got to close it out in 7, at home. That's what it was. So it happens like that sometimes. So as far as the Knicks, I mean, I would prefer to see it in 6. 4 or 6. So that way, the team can actually celebrate that championship and shower the team with the love that they deserve that night at home, not just the stars, but they can actually celebrate that shit with the real fans. Man, y'all will feel the island of Manhattan erupt, when that shit goes down, when they win that shit. And like I said, when they win it, not just if they win it. I'm talking about when they win it, because I think, I'm not going to say it's a foregone conclusion, but this is our year. This is our year. And it's been a hell of a roller coaster. So, go Knicks, go Gotham. For real. And lately, this league just deserves a better class of champion. So I get it. We're not the Oklahoma City Thunder, but some of our guys got a little issue with flopping too. mainly Karl Anthony Towns, and I fucks with Karl Anthony Towns, but he still likes to fall on the ground a lot and shit too. He can't take a layup without fucking throwing himself at the fucking ground and shit. So I'm not too fond of that. But the Spurs, for the most part, don't really do that. So I think if we can just take that part out of the game, just out of the game, whatever, and just play that shit straight up, I think we'll be in better shape, because I'm pretty sure the referees are going to swallow their whistle, because, you know, they're human too. And the referees have gotten a lot of scrutiny about the way they've been officiating shit and the way they've been able to be fooled into what's a foul and what's not, and all types of other shit. So look, you know, fuck that, man. Let these guys put the ball in the goddamn hoop. You know, of course, you know, referees keep control of the game. Don't let, you know, don't let the shit get too out of hand, because shit can get extremely physical. Shit can get handsy. I understand that, you know, and somebody can get hurt if it's a little too rough out there. So let them know that you will call fouls, but at the same time, don't just call a foul because a motherfucker threw himself at the ground real hard, that or just fell on the ground, because that's bullshit. If somebody gets fouled, they get hit on the arm, they get hit across the fucking face, or, you know what I'm saying, they get bumped off their fucking square, or they're not able to land. Like, y'all know the rules. Call a foul for that shit, but don't just call a foul because somebody felt a little contact and decided to throw themselves on the hardwood. That's pretty good. We, like, as fans, we don't want to see that shit. We don't. You know, so if I do have to give just a little bit of scrutiny or criticism to Karl Anthony Towns, I do have issues with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, every time he goes to the basket and shit, he's throwing himself at the ground and then staring at the ref with his hands in the air and taking himself out of the fucking play. Stop doing that shit, cat. Stop doing it. You know what I'm saying? This is like you going against a 7'5" alien. Like he's not of this fucking world. I think this dude Wembanyama is some other shit. And you got to deal with him. And Mitchell Robinson got to deal with him. You know? So play smart. Play smart. This guy is 7'5", crossing motherfuckers over and dribbling between his legs and running fast breaks and stepping back from and hitting jumpers and shit from 35 feet out, like one of the fucking Monstars from Space Jam or some shit, bro. This is a different animal, and I got to keep it real. There are a couple of reasons why I would prefer to play the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I mean, it's too late for that, but it wasn't because I felt like it was an easier matchup, because I didn't think there was an easy matchup coming out west. And I wouldn't have wanted an easy matchup anyway. I wanted to play the Thunder because I didn't want any shade being thrown on the New York Knicks championship when they finally won it, because I knew that's the way the Knicks were going to have to win a championship. They were going to have to beat the shit out of everybody in the East, which they fucking did. They were going to have to do it despite injuries, as y'all saw. In the Sixers series, OG blew out his hamstring. You see Mitchell Robinson then fucking broke his goddamn pinky finger. You know what I'm saying? All non-contact shit. Even after sweeps and shit. I knew that was going to fucking happen. But also, I just didn't want any shade on the title, when we finally win. So I felt like the only way that we could get a title with no shade on it is to do it in the fashion that we did it, or that we're going to do it. And that's not just beating the shit out of the Eastern Conference, also winning the in-season tournament, the NBA Cup, and then by beating the defending champs. Like, that's as legitimate of a championship as you can fucking have. Fuck who wins the MVP. That shit is chosen. Everything that could be won was won. Like, they actually could be won with a final score at the end. Not just votes, but a score that the team can determine the outcome. You know, so yeah, I wanted the champs. I was saying that shit all week. I was putting that shit on my Twitter account. People was asking me, oh, who would you prefer to play? I said, I want the champs. We want to beat the champions. That's what it is. And people are like, oh, you scared of women? Nigga ain't scared of that motherfucker. We already beat that motherfucker 2 out of 3 times this year. We ain't worried about him. But whatever. We want the defending champions. I want no shade on this title. But the defending champions couldn't make it. You know, their wheels fell off. And now we're going to go back to this motherfucker, Chet Holmgren. Oh, let me pull this shit up right here. What a fucking joke. Look at this shit. What the fuck is that? What in the absolute fuck is that? This nigga had 4 points. This is your all-star. Your 7'1" all-star in a game 7 at home to defend your world title and get back to the NBA finals. This motherfucker scored 4 points, got 4 rebounds, and went 1 of 2 from the field. The fucking nerve. The fucking nerve. Like, wow. And you know, I'm usually not a fan of just trading people and shit because they have a bad game or something like that. Like, hey, had the nigga went like 1 of 10 or some shit, I'd be like, all right. At least he was pretty damn aggressive. And hey, his shot just wasn't falling. And I get it, bro. You got a 7'5", not 7 foot tall, 7'5" Because keep in mind, Chet is 7'1", a legit 7'1". And look at the way this nigga is towering over him. Like, imagine being 7'1" and literally having to look up to a motherfucker. Yeah, you had to play against one of the Monstars. But dude, 1 of 2. No attempts in the second half of a game with your season on the line. 4 rebounds, 4 points. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, bro. You lucky as fuck I ain't the general manager out in damn if Sam Presti. You lucky I ain't Sam Presti, bro, out in damn Oklahoma City. Cause somebody was telling me last night, they like, hey man, I would have to have a conversation with Chet. I'm like, hey, if I'm the GM, I ain't talking to that motherfucker. And if I'm the coach, I ain't talking to his ass neither. And if I'm the GM, that's the only person I want to talk to is the coach. Not even the assistant coaches. I want to talk to the head coach. What do you want? That's the first. I would have two questions. What do you? Well, I'm sorry, three questions. What do you want? What do you? I'm sorry. First, what do you think? What do you want? And what do you need? That's it. Those three questions. And I would have it for the coach. I don't want to talk to none of the assistant coaches. I don't want to talk to none of the fucking players. None of that shit. None of that shit. What do you think? What do you want? And what the fuck do you need? Because yes, this motherfucker is on the goddamn block. Fuck him. Like, for real. Fuck him. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if they all homies down there. Bro, they just signed this motherfucker to a $250 million extension. $239,900,000 fucking extension. 5-year extension. Shout out to Aquafina BBW. Looking out with them cheers. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Appreciate that. Aquafina BBW showing love with them cheers, and we do appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, but nah, man, the fucking nerve, like, this looked like a fucking of a $48 million a year stat line with a 5-year commitment guaranteed. The fuck? Like, and look, that's another thing I don't like. I don't like when pundits and fans and shit tell billionaires how to spend their money. You know, I don't think we're really in position to do that shit. But bro, I gotta say something, dog. Dog. I mean, I know if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't pay you no $50 million a year for the next 5 with a 5-year commitment for that shit. I know that. You know, maybe them Chesapeake Energy owners and shit, you know, them power plant motherfuckers out in Oklahoma, maybe they like burning fucking money, or just like using $100 bills as toilet paper. I don't know. But $48 million a year at $100 bills is toilet paper. Nigga, that's a lot of toilet paper, man. That's a lot of shitting. I wouldn't give you that money just to shit like you did last night, man. Like, goddamn. Goddamn. And your other all-star is hurt. Like J-Dub, Jalen Williams done pulled a hammy. Like, keep in mind, they was already down another all-star. They was down another player, you know, with the calf, which you know what they called it. You know, them calf injuries. Them shits really be Achilles fucking, you know what I'm saying, injuries and shit. And they call it a sore calf or whatever they call that bullshit. You know? But you know damn well you got to show up. This motherfucker, bro, this nigga's new name is Chet Houdini. Like, your name is no longer Chet Holmgren. Your name now is Chet Houdini. Chet Houdini. Because your ass just disappeared. Damn, homie. Damn, bro. Damn. What's up, Trinity? Yeah. That shit was, oh my God, bro. It's like, bro, left the whole OKC, the Paycom arena, and the locker room in that bitch smelling like straight shit. Like, you could smell that shit, man. It's like, damn, bro. Damn. Like, you smell like, it's like real shit. If I'm a player on the Oklahoma City Thunder, and this motherfucker, if I'm the GM or the owner, especially if I was the owner of that team, I would have came in that locker room. I'd be like, y'all smell that? You smell that? I'm going to tell you what that shit smells. That smells like $240 million worth of shit. That shit smells like 5 years and $248 million of monkey shit. Man, Aquafina, she is looking out, man. Appreciate that. I got even more cheers. More cheers. Appreciate that.
Donations.
Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. 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 I want to thank you all. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all. I want to thank you. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster.
Yeah, but for real, I be like, man, I smell 240 million. I smell 5 years and $240 million worth of shit. Get it the fuck out of here. Anybody got a fucking shovel? Anybody got a damn backhoe? A bulldozer? Get this fucking $250 million worth of shit the fuck out of my locker room. They better hope I don't ever get mega rich and buy a goddamn NBA team. Because I wish a motherfucker would. And I get it. We done already signed you to this shit. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is a scenario, right? Because his extension doesn't kick in until next year. But I also believe that if you trade him before the start of the next season, I think that extension might be void. I don't know. Now, if he plays one game in your uniform, you have to honor it next year. I could be wrong, though. I'll have to check, the NBA policy. Matter of fact, let me look that shit up. Let's chat GPT that shit. Let's ask AI. Can they get out of paying this motherfucker's extension? That is fucked up. See, and this is this is fucked up. What I'm reading right now. What's up, Candy Cane? So that's what they saying, right? They said, hey, Ask AI says that because NBA contracts are completely guaranteed, the Thunder are legally obligated to pay the entire base value of the contract regardless of performance. Even if this motherfucker shows up and gives you 4 points and 1 of 2 shooting in a game 7 with your season on the line. $250 million fucking dollars. Now, if the Thunder want to remove Holmgren's salary from their books, they only have a few highly restrictive avenues under the NBA's collective bargaining agreement. Number one, they could trade him to another team. You know, the only practical way to stop paying Holmgren is to trade him to another franchise. All right, then the catch is since his extension lacks any player or team options, the team acquiring him must be willing to absorb the remainder of his massive max contract. Fuck. So they can't even like just trade that motherfucker away and then another. Well, they can trade him away, but whoever they trade him to has to be willing to pay that bitch $250,000 or $250 million with a B. That is fucked up. And the reality, despite a rough showing against the Spurs in the 2026 playoffs, Holmgren is an elite young rim protector and an NBA champion. He would still command very heavy trade interest if OKC ever shopped him. Now, They can stretch or waive his contract, which means the Thunder could technically choose to waive, means cut him, but this does not erase his money. The penalty, because his contract is fully guaranteed, they still have to pay him every fucking cent. $239.3 million fucking dollars. Holy shit. The stretch provision. Now, they could use the CBA stretch provision to spread his remaining salary over twice the length of his contract plus 1 year. Okay, so, for example, if you waive him before the season, like you have to cut the motherfucker, and then instead of you having to pay him $239 million over 5 years, hey, you can stretch it and just pay him the shit over 11 years. And the money would still count against, salary cap, and they really can't do that. And they're not gonna do that because they wouldn't be able to sign other players. That is fucked up. Now, if he suffers from a medically verified career-ending injury, they would still have to pay him, but the money can be removed against the cap. Meaning they wouldn't have, it wouldn't count against their books. They still got to pay him his money, but it wouldn't count against them trying to sign or do other shit, with under salary cap rules in the league. But even in that worst case scenario, them fuckers still got to pay him. And of course they have an insurance policy, so if some fucked up catastrophic shit happens to them, then hey, they'll get reimbursed for it, but they still got to pay the motherfucker. And they could possibly agree to a buyout, but that requires the player's consent, and Holmgren would have to voluntarily give up a portion of his guaranteed money, which he has no incentive to do since he's only 24 years old. Goddamn, man, OKC, y'all are fucked. Y'all are fucked. Hardcore. Hard fucking core. Y'all are fucked, man. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what y'all gonna have to do. You're gonna have to protect your goddamn investment, Thunder. Yeah, you're gonna have to hire some psychologists, because this shit, this is some mental shit right here. You're gonna have to hire a therapist, a psychologist. Obviously, this motherfucker need a nutritionist, dog. Bro, you gonna have to put on some weight, because hey, if you was watching that game last night, Black Pearl, you saw that shit. That motherfucker got scared every time he caught the ball. That motherfucker was looking around for Wemby. He was looking around for that alien. He was scared. Even if you saw in game 6 when the Spurs beat that ass, when Devin Vassell had blocked him and just talked shit, it was like he just took that shit. Bro, you let a little nigga and I'm only calling. I mean, Devin Vassell ain't no small dude, but compared to you at 7'1", 225 pounds or however fucking big Chet Holmgren is, whatever, bro, that nigga's a little nigga to you. You really let that man just talk to you like that? So yeah, bro, you gonna have to you need some protein, bro, and some creatine. You gonna have to hit the weights. You gonna have to you need some sandwiches. You gonna need some weights. And you need to hit the bag. You gonna have to get some toughness, homeboy. Because right now with numbers like this, you look like a $250 million turd. Real shit. And smell like one too. Ill. So y'all be wondering why these chicks be wanting NBA players and shit. Because these niggas be having fucking $250 million contracts and shit guaranteed, and they can literally just come out there and stink up the fucking joint, and they still get that money. Like, NFL don't work like that. NFL don't work like that. They'll cut your motherfucking ass, dog, and you ain't getting shit. You ain't getting shit. Unless you Patrick Mahomes or some shit, bro, you ain't getting shit. Ain't nothing guaranteed, bitch. You don't suit up, we ain't paying you. God damn. $240 million fucking dollars, yo. For 4 points. One of two. One of two. Nigga, you took 2 shots the whole fucking game. If you could see my face right now, like, it's worse than this. Ew. Like, that shit just give me the shit face, dog. And bro, I feel like, I know it sounds crazy when it's like, damn, how you be feeling? How can you feel bad for billionaires? I feel bad for anybody that just committed to paying $250 million for this shit. Holy fucking shit. Like, damn, bro. I know plenty of magicians that would have played and showed up for way less than that just to disappear. Like, you could have hired a fucking magician. You could have hired fucking David Copperfield or some shit to just fucking show up and not show up. Bitch, just show up and fucking vanish. Like, you could have saved $238 million fucking dollars. Damn. Damn, man. Holy shit. And the thing about it is, right, in light of Mental Health Awareness Month ending, I think that this has got to be a mental thing. And I don't think this is going to sit well, because right now they are tearing this motherfucker apart on social media. I don't think he's because remember, this is from a new school of athlete, right? They don't know how to put their phones down and all that other shit. So I don't see how this is going to affect this man in a positive way. This is fucked up. You know, like, for real, you need help. But I'm going to get back into this Dr. Cheyenne Bryant thing, right? And we're going to talk about this shit.
You want to get credit for credentials. You want to talk about how smart you are. You want to talk about those things without proving anything. That's the problem. You want to get credit for brains that you can't actually put into real world practice. Then you want to get wildly rewarded for it. There's the other part of it. I put up a post on Facebook where I said that most women today want to be Jamarcus Russell. For those of you who don't know, Jamarcus Russell is widely considered, if not the biggest, the second biggest bust.
Yeah, he's a bust. But that motherfucker got paid. He was highly recruited, highly recruited, highly scouted, heavily touted, and a fucking bust.
In NFL history, tens of millions of dollars went to the Raiders and the money went straight down the drain.
Kind of like this motherfucker. Now, this dude is definitely not a bust. Definitely not. He just, that's why it's so bad. Like, bro, we know you capable of better, right? And you still just showed up and not showed up. But he's comparing this shit to Jamarcus Russell like that. Jamarcus Russell ain't never do shit in the NFL. Like, nothing. But he got a shitload of dough and ain't do shit.
And that's what most women want to be today. They want to come in, get a huge front-loaded paycheck up front, grab a bunch of rewards and benefits, and then bolt out the door before anything's actually been earned. And that's the reality. But what happens when folks kick the tires and check to see what you have? This idea that you're going to tell people you're smart, tell people you're capable, tell yourself that you are, and that no one's ever going to actually test it. That's how you end up here. Dr. Bryant, with her wonderfully placed tattoo down near her pelvis, by the way, as you can see there. Yeah, she's coming across more like a booty model. So you see, this is like the female equivalent of the pimp pastors. The pimp pastors who are obviously not interested in the word of the Bible, they're selling something else. Dr. Bryant, when she actually had to face the world, the non-Dr. Bryant.
Swimsuits. Obviously, I mean, that's really it. Swimsuits and social media influence. Like, that's pretty obvious.
What she's finding out the hard way is a lesson that I hope most people, particularly women, understand. The men are not as dumb as you wish they were. They're not as easily distracted as you wish. Please understand, it's not men who are listening to her. It's not men who are reposting clips from her. Women are, men aren't.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, her target demographic is not men. Her target demographic ain't men. Her target demographic was women. That's why I had the issue, that I had, and it was, no disrespect to Brownsville, but just I just had to push back on him because I'm like, bro, how the fuck are you gonna sit here and be like you are for and pro woman, and you don't think this right here deserves any scrutiny? This is a fucking stain on the reputation of Black women, educated Black women, opinionated Black women, all of that shit. This is a fucking stain. And not because of what she's saying. Well, not just because of what she's saying. Not even just because she's over here with the look at my ass shot. Look at my ass, look at my ass, look at my ass shot. But because this woman says she a fucking doctor and got a PhD and shit and can't even tell you shit about her dissertation, talking about the school that she went to is now closed, so she can't get a hold of no transcripts, can't even tell you about an internship, nothing. Like I said, this woman literally took a piss on aluminum foil and sold y'all gold. And to call it out is not an indictment on Black women at all. What it is actually protection. Because the real ones, y'all are being suppressed by fake shit. That's why you getting scrutiny. That's why she getting all this scrutiny from primarily women. Because those women understand that shit. Like the voices of real women that have real degrees, real expertise, real knowledge in the field. And this word should be, whose words are actually qualified and credible enough to be taken with more than a grain of salt. They don't have voices because this bitch is louder than everybody. And she ain't did shit. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on the gram. Ass bitch. Like the fuck out of here. No. Oh, well, you men just hate it because, nah, man, fuck all that. We don't like fake shit. You know, if you really earn that shit, you really got that shit, it's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. We glad you have it. But even though it still doesn't matter. Not to us, not to me. Do you have any goddamn sense? But now, hey, not only is the shit that you saying egregious and bullshit, and the way you carry yourself is a certain type of way. Oh, you a liar too. Oh, nah, man, fuck that. Nah, that's why that woman getting all that damn scrutiny. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. You know what I'm saying? So and this is a big up to the ladies right now. Shout out to all of the ladies that actually worked your ass off, you know, and earned, you know, PhDs, degrees, doctorates. And don't have to come on the internet and stunt on some look at my ass shit. And grift. Man, shout out to y'all. You know, whether you done paid your student loans off or you drowning in debt or whatever, fuck that. You actually accomplished something. This woman did not accomplish shit but a con. Nothing. And I hope y'all ladies that actually accomplished something or are striving to accomplish something, or even if you didn't accomplish anything along those lines, but you have respect for other women that actually have, you know, y'all got a right to speak up for that shit. Because even the ladies that haven't actually accomplished doctorates and PhDs and everything else, that doesn't make you less than. But this lying con artist bitch will sit up here and bullshit as if she's above you. Because she was able to pull off a convincing lie. The nerve. Just pissing on your head and trying to tell you it's raining.
Men aren't reposting anything from her. There's nothing to learn. That's the point. She doesn't have anything to teach you. She can complain, but she doesn't have that. So I'd like to make a piece of advice to Cheyenne.
And look at her. Yo, them damn bikinis and shit. Those are like fucking $2. You know what I'm saying? Those are $400 or $500, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 goddamn bikinis and shit. She is spending all of y'all money. The money that y'all pay for consults and shit. The money that y'all pay to help her to grow her fucking platform. So that way she gets paid for these fucking appearances, book sales, all of that shit. That's your money that she's flaunting in your fucking face from the scam, from the con. all the extra lift work, the added suspension. You know what I'm saying? The struts and shocks that she put on that body. All follower funded. Viewer funded. I refuse to even go to any of her platforms. I refuse to go to her IG, TikTok, look up an excerpt from her book, any of that shit. I'll watch what other YouTubers saying about her. Fuck that. I ain't supporting her platform in any way at all. I wouldn't even put her name in the fucking title. Fuck that.
Bryant tonight. Cheyenne Bryant, the jig is up. The jig is up. The roost is done. Everyone sees what's happening. Everyone sees what's going on. What the game you were running was the reason you made it this far, and it's the reason that you'll make it no farther. So what I suggest you do is you get your best G-string thong and slingshot, and I suggest you start being an honest hoe. What? Damn! Yes, ma'am. I recommend that you recognize what's going on, and when it's time to pivot, stop trying to tell yourself you're smarter than you are, and certainly stop telling yourself the world is dumber than it is. And it's time for you to just go ahead and be an honest hoe. Hang up the fake credentials, hang up the fake doctorate, hang up the fake cap and gown. It's time to go ahead and be an honest hoe. You need to do that. Because no one's going to come to you for your academic expertise anymore. You don't have it. Can't really talk to you about the streets anymore. You don't have that either. I recommend that you just be honest and let folks know, hey, you are at least biracial and probably lesbian. And that's the perspective that you're coming at it with. And let's have that conversation. Why don't you have that conversation with men about how they can get a female like you?
Nah, I already know what the fuck grift she's gonna pull. Because they all pull this shit. Okay? Now she's about to come on here and start dragging women. She's gonna talk about how delusional they are, how they just don't get it, why they're unhappy. She's gonna start pandering to niggas. I give it 3 months, 90 days. Because that's what hustlers do. They just find a new hustle. And just like the lying to and insulting the intelligence of women, just like that shit worked. But now it's actual intelligent women that are dragging her ass for filth. Now you got to go to get some dough from these niggas. They'll pay you. As soon as you get them women that smoke, they'll pay you. I'm telling you, it's two sides to every coin. That's why I don't like this gender war bullshit. Because for every dumbass, delusional, gullible, easily fucking fooled ass woman on the internet, there is one, maybe even 2 or 3 delusional, dumbass, easily fooled, gullible ass niggas. That'll fall for a cute face, some brown eyes, and a little bit of jiggle. And just tell them what the fuck they want to hear. They'll pay you.
Because there's plenty of guys who want to be in bed with a chick who knows how to get other folks in bed with them. So I would recommend you do that one instead. because that's something you can actually do. And that's something you can actually maintain. See, we don't need an era of dishonest hoes. It's time for us to have some honest ones. We can respect that, Cheyenne. We could respect you just being honest. That's something you can actually ride out on. Let the fellas know about that.
I hate to tell you, Jason Black, honest hoeing or honesty is not in this woman's forte. Like, it's just not in her, it's not in her quote unquote trick bag. It's not. Like, why the fuck you think she gonna be honest now? Being honest never worked for her in the past. She ain't doing that shit. No? So she gonna find another avenue of dishonesty.
She likes to use some vulgar language and whatnot. That's a common trope that sexually questionable females try to do to cover their tracks, but that's not going to work for you either. What you need to do is go ahead and be honest about where you really are and what you really do and what you really mean. We can live with that. We can take that. We can respect an honest hoe. What we can't respect is a dishonest one. We can respect an honest thought. What we can't respect.
And Jason Black, bro, you talking to the wrong bunch of niggas. I'm telling you. No, they don't appreciate or respect honesty. They would rather someone lie to them. Most of these motherfuckers just want to hear what they want to hear. They don't give a fuck if it's real or not. They don't want gold. They just want some shiny yellow shit, even if it means that somebody just pissed on foil. They'll still pay for it like it's gold. They don't give a fuck. No? Shout out to Jason Black. But yo, you the last of a dying breed of intellectual critical thinkers. Now that shit's over. It's over. It's over. These people, men and women, would prefer that somebody just bullshit them and tell them nothing's their fault. Everything is somebody else's fault. Everything. The issues in your life are not your fault. And you can't fix them. They want to sell the treatment, the drugs, not the cure.
Is a dishonest one who insults our intelligence, which is what you're currently in the process of doing.
The intelligence of the world. That's some funny shit. The world is so, most of these motherfuckers in the world are so fucking intelligent that they don't even realize that their intelligence is being insulted.
Diane, let's have a real conversation. After all, getting that next BBL lift ain't gonna pay for itself. Damn! It's not gonna finance itself. So let's have a real conversation about the real Cheyenne Bryant. A female who doesn't really dig men like that, but she knows how to at least tell some folks how to physically appeal. Okay, you can do that. But you're done giving advice. You're done being an authority.
Ronsburg, hey, everything that glitters ain't gold, bro. Everything that glitters ain't gold. I'm telling you. And I'm not gonna bullshit like she's a bad looking woman. Nah, she ain't a bad looking woman. But that's all part of the hustle. No. That's one of the reasons why people can piss on foil and make so much money selling gold. Is because it's shiny. It's shiny. It's a shiny yellow. Even though it smells like piss. You know? You know? Yeah. But, like I said, these people want, you know? These people want to be lied to, bro. Well, you got sense, Brownsburg. You know? And this woman is clearly mentally fucking unstable, bro. And I'm going to tell you why. Or I'm going to tell you how I know. Well, not even just how I know. I'm going to tell you why. The main reason. And I'm not a mental health professional, so please do not take this with any more than a grain of salt, because I'm not qualified to give any mental health advice or even a diagnosis. But this is just my assessment because I understand people. This woman has spent so much of her life lying to the world and to people around her, and nobody's ever told her she was wrong or full of shit, or at least nobody whose opinion she actually gave a fuck about. So because of that, she has now begun to believe the lies that she's told. She is a pathological liar. Like, so this deluded fantasy that she sold everybody, she actually had to get into that shit. She had to really get into character and method act this shit. So this delusional world that she's created in this persona has actually it's become reality. Just like Kendra. This shit's become reality. And you can't tell her shit. Santa Claus is real. He is real. No? And the shame is people like that, when you tell them that, yo, this shit, like, this world you living in, this ain't real. Like, this is a fucking illusion. It's false. It's phony. It's not genuine. It's a knockoff. It's fake. They will tell you that something is wrong with you because you don't want to come and live in fantasy land with them. Something's wrong with you. The mental fucking disturbia. Now, to kind of come full circle, that's why her lie came off so convincing for so long, was because she actually believed the shit. She didn't believe she was lying to anybody. It came off convincing to everybody else because she had already convinced herself that that shit was real.
You're done pretending that you know something academically, that, and not because I say so, it's the women who are done with you, which is the other part of the equation. They most likely suspected something was wrong the whole time, and now the other shoe is dropped. So you can keep walking if you'd like to. I promise you it won't get easier. it will not get easier. I'm not here to stomp all over you. We're not going to do that. This is the generation for honest hoes. Let's have some honest conversations with some honest hoes for a change. And to all the women out there, you want to dazzle a man? Show him you can start coaching here to be smarter than what you want to prove you're smarter than him. Show you can turn $1 into $2. Try that one. That can prove something for you.
Yeah. So on that note, man, I'm about to get out of here and enjoy the rest of my day, man. I want to thank everybody, you know what I'm saying, that came through, supported. Shout out to Aquafina BBW supporting on Twitch with them cheers. You know what I'm saying? L Nixon, something to think about. Sat Passe. You know what I'm saying? All of our gifted members, as well as the Crown Prince, as well as Nicer. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate all of y'all. Man, y'all make sure y'all tune in. I will be doing a stream. I'll schedule it either for tomorrow night or Tuesday night. Don't quote me, but please hit the notification bell, you know, for that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have a discussion regarding not just the state of the NBA, but, you know, the playoffs, the season kind of like in review, and, you know, NBA finals predictions. We're actually be talking about, you know, some grown adult basketball fan shit. Okay, we're going to be doing that. So, man, I want to thank everybody for coming through, supporting. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? 6 hours deep, you know, on this one. It was definitely fun. As far as Cheyenne Bryant, you know, your pseudo PhD and all of that other shit, just want to let you know this.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you something.
We don't care.
There you go. We don't give a fuck. Okay? We don't give a fuck about that shit. Okay. Now, on another note, I'm all the way out of here for today, but y'all make sure, hey man, enjoy your day, man. Enjoy your day. Call a family member, call a loved one, go outside, touch grass, shake some ass, slap some ass, whatever the fuck you got to do. But please, I'm going to tell you something that most of these other motherfuckers won't tell you because they want your money. Get the fuck off the internet. Please do. Just cut the shit off. Cut the shit off. Don't listen to this shit. Most of these people are full of pure shit. You know what I'm saying? On that note, man, I got to get up out of here, man. It was a pleasure. Y'all have a good day. I'm out. Peace.